This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, April 4th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. From the moment an on-the-job accident all but ruined Laramie firefighter Dylan Schilt's body, he's been determined to get back the full use of it. The 32-year-old was crushed when a massive stone fireplace chase collapsed on him and another firefighter responding to a house fire at the end of February. He suffered a broken back, shattered ankle, and collapsed lung, and was left temporarily paralyzed from the waist down. But Schilt told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines he knew he would walk again.
They determined that his spinal cord was not severed. He did suffer some bruising and scarring on the spinal cord, so it's been rough, but he told me today that he now has feeling in both his legs, and they're working on it. They're getting to the point where he's trying to walk again and learn some balance. He told me he's determined. He wants to go back to doing everything, including being a firefighter.
Schilt's been doing several hours of physical therapy a day, focusing mostly on learning to walk and balance again and strengthening atrophied muscles. He said his accident and recovery have brought him an appreciation for the ties that bind together first responders as well as good people in general. When 15-year-old Roxton-looking Bill didn't catch any fish Wednesday evening on the Wind River, he started walking back toward his grandmother's house along a little dirt road, and something caught his eye. It was a small toolbox and surprisingly heavy. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that when Looking Bill opened the box, he didn't find a set of sockets or tools. He found 4 hand grenades.
They did call police, and then there was a huge alarm, and the bomb squad came down from Natrona County and took them. And so just very dramatic, and they had to reassure the neighbors that the grandma was okay. We just found grenades. It looked like every single dad in Wyoming was in the comments saying the blue spoon or handle signifies that these are training grenades. Joey Correnti, who was actually an explosives instructor in the Army, was like, you know what? Yes, blue signifies training, but you don't know where these came from. You didn't load or empty them yourself, so still ultimate caution, call the police.
Correnti said he was glad the Riverton situation ended as calmly as it did, but looking at the rusted box, he suggested the teen might want to get a tetanus shot. A Hudson man will go to federal prison for at least the next 10 years of his life after pleading guilty Thursday to possessing child pornography. 58-year-old Sean Brennan pleaded guilty to the charge in U.S. District Court in Cheyenne on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that this is Brennan's second child porn conviction.
The first event occurred about 20 years ago. Brennan was actually apprehended while video vigilantes were apprehending him for kind of a sting operation with him attempting to meet up with a minor, a fake minor, basically. Because of that vigilante sting, he was found by federal agents a little bit later to have child pornography in his possession. And that's what we were in attendance for in the courtroom on Thursday.
Brennan has been in custody at the Scottsbluff County Detention Center in Nebraska since his federal arrest. He'll remain there until his sentencing. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Once again, Bob the Barrel is on thin ice. Between now and early May, everyone in Pinedale will eagerly await the time and date when the bright yellow barrel breaks through the nearly 2-foot-thick layer of ice on Fremont Lake and bobs back to shore. It's the Pinedale Lions Club annual Fremont Lake Ice Off Guess. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the Barrel Guess is one of the Pinedale Lions' longest-running fundraisers, a tradition that goes back to at least 1940.
The idea is the Pinedale Lions Club sells tickets for people guess the exact date and time when Bob the Barrel makes landfall. Now, the thing of it is, they sell hundreds of tickets for this, but your ticket is still valid until the next guess. So let's say if you guess 5 p.m. on April 27th, which is within the window of when Bob typically makes landfall, the next guess might be May 1st at 3 a.m. But if there's no guesses in between there, you could still win the $500 prize.
The most likely time for the ice to come off Fremont Lake is between the last week of April and the first week of May. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
Hey, good morning. It's your buddy Bags. Hello from chilly Sheridan, Wyoming. Yeah, we're here under starry skies. I got some cricket sound effects there, but it's too cold for crickets. So, yeah, we are live in studio here at my home in Sheridan, Wyoming. And I've got a special guest here. We're going to check in with him in just a moment. And the reality is that with this technology, I can get anywhere around the planet. So we're going to try that this morning here in just a moment. But I want to launch the show first with a I'm trying to get at my connection here with my Zoom call. And Alexander, if you can hear me, go ahead and call back, and I will let you into the Zoom room. Okay. We'll try that here in a minute. But anyway, I want to launch this show today with a poll question. Now, you can get a hold of me here at the studio, anytime at 307-278-9598. And that, okay, there he is. I'm going to put him right there in the Zoom room. Let me take that and hang in here with me, Alexander. Okay, I don't see him on my screen. Alex, can you hear me? Okay, still working on that. All right, let's try it again when you can. Okay, so we're going to do a poll question every week on Saturday. It's your buddy Bags, John Baggett, hosting Saturdays from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., and we're going to launch it every week with a poll question. And today's poll question, I was thinking that a lot of people will relate to this. What do you judge other people on? Okay? So, for example, this came to me because of I had an incident at a stop sign, and we were, deciding who was going to go first at the four-way. And, you go. No, you go. No, you go. So it was a little frustrating, that's for sure. So anyway, so that's one of the things that I judge other people on, me personally, and that's driving. Okay? How about you? I mean, whether it's hairstyle or fashion or the kind of car somebody drives, et cetera, you can text your answer in to 307-278-9598, or you can call. Well, I'll take calls later. For now, let's just text them in. You can always email me too at wyomingbags307 gmail@gmail.com. Okay. So again, I'm trying to bring up a call here in the Zoom room with, I have one of my sons is living abroad in Holland, in the Netherlands. So I am going to try to bring him up, and we're just going to have a conversation about his experience as an American living abroad. So if I can, I'm going to try again here. There's Alex. Admit Alex. And let's see if he's back on there. I don't see him. Okay, trying again. This technology sometimes is a challenge. So, all right. Don't give up on me, though. There he is. Good morning, Alexander Douglas.
Hello.
we
We
made
made
it
it.
on. I know your dad in technology. I need a millennial with me here.
Sorry. Dad, you're on my end, I'm not sure, but on my end, your tenor of your voice has been turned way down low.
Okay, so I should bring up my volume, is what you're insinuating?
No. No, it's like your voice is in slow motion. I can hear you, but the sound quality is a little strange.
Is it going to drive you nuts?
Let me see.
I'm not sure if I can help you from this end.
No worries, I can understand you.
All right, no problem. I wonder if I'm going to ask your mom if she'll tell me if we sound funny here or on our stream. But hey, awkward start there. Not the first time for your dad here. So I am speaking to you with this miraculous technology. You are in The Hague, the Netherlands.
Yes.
And I just thought it would be interesting for anyone to really hear what it's like for an American who's now a dual citizen of Holland and the Netherlands. And first, that's probably a good question. Some people call it Holland, some people call it the Netherlands. What's the difference?
Well, so Holland makes up the most popular part of the Netherlands. So Holland includes two provinces. One is called North Holland. The second is South Holland, where I live. In North Holland, you have Amsterdam. South Holland, you have Leiden, The Hague, Rotterdam, Delft, the largest cities in the country. So the majority of the people who live in the Netherlands live in the provinces of North and South Holland. The kind of big Dutch trading network started out of Holland. So a lot of Hollanders went out on Dutch ships and said that. So yeah, everybody who lives in Holland lives in the Netherlands, but not everybody who lives in the Netherlands lives in Holland.
Okay, that helps. It's 20 degrees here, clear skies. We've had kind of a slow start to winter. What's the weather like there in The Hague, the Netherlands?
It's almost 20 degrees here, but Celsius. So
So what is that?
20 degrees is about 68 degrees. So it's a beautiful sunny day. This is quite rare in the Netherlands. There's not a cloud in the sky, and it's quite warm. The Netherlands is a country that gets about 260 days of rain every year. So a nice sunny day like this is rare. Yeah.
So you see the map behind me here. In fact, your rock and roll suite is right behind this wall, Alex. So when you and Sophie visit, you're that far away. And fortunately for your dad, the bathroom is about 10 feet that way too. So this is very convenient. But I wanted to ask you, and you could tell, where on the planet, God's green planet, are you? I know for me, the North Sea helps me pinpoint where the Netherlands are.
Exactly. So if you're able to find the United Kingdom on the map, the Netherlands is the next country down into the right uh, of uh, of the United Kingdom. So you go across the channel, you hit France. Then if you go one country up into the right, that's Belgium, where we share a border with them. And then we're the little kind of corner just above Belgium, between Belgium and Germany.
Gotcha. So, we uh, here in Wyoming, the relative distance from places. I know you and I were talking about it at one time. If I were to drive from here to, say, Denver, Sheridan,
Mhm.
Wyoming to Denver, Colorado, how many countries would we cover in Europe with a 7-hour road
Well,
trip?
if you drove south uh, or southeast, you could pass through uh, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France in that distance. That distance of a drive, it's basically if you drove from Sheridan to Cheyenne, Wyoming, which is a trip I think a lot of your listeners make quite often. Um, but that same drive here from my home in The Hague, I could drive to Paris. Um, and I would pass through Belgium, Antwerp, Brussels into Paris, and it would take about the same amount of time.
And that many languages too. That's probably the most.
Yes.
It's unbelievably how different, say, French is from Dutch. And why don't you? How about just a little bit of Dutch, Alex? Like,
Beetje Nederlands. Ja, maar Nederlands is een Duitse taal. Dus het komt uit hetzelfde taal van Duitsland als Engels. Maar hier in Nederland, er zijn misschien 19 miljoen Nederlandse praters in dit land. Maar er are andere mensen die heten de Vlaanders mensen. Ze spreken een deel van Nederlands.
now you hear some of
Maar
that.
ja, dat
You
is...
hear some of that in the Mint every once in a while about closing time. That some cowboys can sound like that, but it to the untrained ear, it sounds German, a little bit German, but it is.
Well, Sophie, my wife, describes Dutch as drunk German, and that's kind of a good way to describe it because English is a Germanic language. English derives from the core language of German, and so does Dutch. But German has rules, and the Germans follow those rules, whereas Dutch kind of has rules, and the Dutch kind of follows those rules. And so that's kind of the cultural difference, too, between the Germans and the Dutch is also the kind of differences you see between those two languages.
Now, let's talk a little bit about what I do have a cough button here, Alex, on my new technology. Hang on a sec. It's that Saturday morning frog. Does that help any with my sound there
You had fun last night?
Yeah. No, I behaved. I went to bed early, getting ready for this show. Once I get
Yeah, it's
this
early.
technology down, it won't be such a chore for me bright and early in the morning. But I went to bed between like 8:30 and 9, and I was up at 4. And I thought I had everything ready to go this morning, and I still had some technical issues, but I'm getting them under control. But I did something I wanted to mention too. I mean, everybody, including your parents, when they visit, rides bikes. That's a primary form of transportation, and the cities and the communities take that into consideration and accommodate it. And so when your parents visit and your brother, we hop on the bikes too. I mean, that's why we are so thin. Maybe that's a
Yeah.
part of it compared to Americans.
No, it's it's the most, well, the Netherlands, it makes sense. It is the flattest country in the world. It is the most densely populated country in Europe. With that density, that means so many of our amenities are within short distances. And the Dutch are a very famously frugal people. They do not like spending money where they don't have to. And so, to many Dutch people, middle class people, uh, they don't really need a car. If you do, you can rent one very easily. My wife and I, we have a car share with our community. We basically lease a car with about 12 other people that we can use for longer trips. But otherwise, yeah, we live in, 5-minute walking distance of our groceries and our doctor and dentist. And then about a 10-minute circle, we can get most places in our city of The Hague on a bike. And then within a 10-minute bike ride from my house is an international train station that can take me to pretty much any other country in Europe. It can take me to the airport. But yeah, the Dutch adopted the bikes because I think they're very cheap and frugal people.
Well, when I pray for you and with travel mercies for you, I include you riding a bike, which is unique because not as much here, as you know, other than mountain biking. That's big. But you're about a 30-minute drive, or excuse me, a train ride from Amsterdam. So that is one of the largest cities in the world and one of the most interesting ones. And you, for many, many years, you worked there.
I still do. I work in a lot of schools, and then a lot of productions happen in Amsterdam. One thing, though, I think is interesting that surprises a lot of people when they visit Amsterdam is, while it is the largest city in the Netherlands, the population of Amsterdam is really only around 800,000 people total. So it's still less than 1 million people, which it doesn't really make sense when I tell you something like the Netherlands is the most densely populated country in Europe. However, it doesn't even have one of the top 10 largest cities.
Okay.
So basically, Amsterdam is vastly growing, but they kind of ran out of room, in the 1600s. But it's a very interesting place because it is the most world-class city of the Netherlands. I work there. Yeah, I live a 30-minute train ride away. So by American standards, I essentially live in a suburb of Amsterdam.
Yep.
But the cultural difference between here and Amsterdam is quite large.
Well, I wanted to talk about some of that experience you have teaching theater in the Amsterdam school system. But I'm going to take a break first. Alex, hang on, and we'll get back to you. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. It is a Saturday morning, 20 degrees here in Sheridan, clear skies, and we're hoping it'll warm up soon. Stand by. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
It is 6:25 in the morning on a Saturday with your buddy Bags. Cowboy State Daily Radio, live from Sheridan, Wyoming, and The Hague, the Netherlands, with another Baggett. Do they call you Bags over there too, Alex? Are you a Bags?
They cannot pronounce Baggett. That's a tough sound for them. So I don't go by my last name.
Yeah, well, I do. We have a nickname for you, but I'll spare you since who knows who's listening. But hey, I do want to remind you of how proud we are of you and your acting career and theater experience and so forth. You had mentioned before we went to break that you have worked in the school system there in Amsterdam. What do you teach those Dutch young people?
I teach mostly a combination of two different workshops. So it's good to know that Dutch schools don't have kind of built-in extracurriculars like we would at an American high school. So there's no sports program, there's no theater program, there's no band. All of those extracurricular activities are kind of organized outside of school. And school is really just for classes and education, which can be quite boring, frankly. But what that means is if a teacher needs to teach some sort of subject, they will often bring in workshop leaders and experts around those fields to come in and teach the class for them. So for me, I teach a combination of a Shakespeare course. So students in higher level schools will take higher level English language courses that include Shakespeare as the as part of the curriculum. The teachers have no idea what to do with that. So basically, I started a business of going into those schools and teaching a Shakespeare course, a kind of crash course on learning Shakespeare, how to read Shakespeare, how to make sense of the language, mostly for students who speak English as a second language. And then I teach a physical theater type of medieval physical theater called Commedia dell'arte, which is the Italian theater with the weird masks and the very grotesque characters. And so, yeah, I mostly teach those two subjects to schools all over the country.
And the language would seem to be a barrier, but I think you have indicated to me before that many of the Dutch people, they speak English. Does that include the students?
Yes. So the Netherlands has the highest English language fluency rate of any country outside of native English speaking countries. Um, so most students will have taken at least 3 years of English by the time they've entered basically high school. And then also the Dutch consume a ton of English language pop culture. They watch English movies, they listen to English music. So the Dutch culture is not very insulated from outside cultures in that way. So they learn English quite quickly and they pick it up quite quickly.
And you
So
go ahead. Sorry,
it's not too much of a problem. But it's yeah. So the communication issue is generally not too much of an issue, especially as I speak more and more fluent Dutch. Uh, uh, it's quite impressive how these young people are able to pick up new language.
And you've taught improvisation too, as well. So what is that? I mean, and what are they improvising?
Well, I think I'm brought in to teach improv as some way to get the kids out of their shell. I think this is universal. I think this is every student that has been in school since the lockdown. There is a kind of uh, a lot of schools are trying to get students to engage more in person rather than digitally. And so when I'm brought in to teach improv, I'm really brought in to get kids to break out of their shells, be silly, be goofy, and not be afraid of looking silly in front of their classmates. So there's a word that young people use, I think, too often. I think they weaponize it called cringe, referring to things as cringe. And I think that is devastating the socialization of young people these days because they are terrified of looking quote unquote cringe. And being cringe is a big part of, I think, growing up and developing and learning about yourself and making friends and socializing.
Well, and then you talked about cringe and the fear of getting there up on stage. You know, that's something in our family we just have been doing, and with your dad and radio all these years and getting up in front of crowds and introducing bands and so forth, we learned how to deal with the fear. Now, one of the toughest things that I've ever done, son, was some of the work I did with Comedy Works in Denver with their amateur nights. And you do comedy as well, and have, and in fact, I've got a picture here of you up on stage, and I believe that was in Amsterdam at the comedy club there. Now, an American comedian in Europe. And so do they laugh? Do they think you're funny? Because I know you're sarcastic.
No. Yes, they think I'm very funny. I think there's
if I do say so myself.
Yeah. There's a large international comedy scene in Holland because of the high English language fluency. It attracts expats and skilled workers from all over the globe. So Amsterdam is one of the most international cities in the world, right? So the main language between all different cultures in a professional setting is English. So while most offices speak Dutch, there are international companies that bring in people from all over the world where English is the main language, right? Even though German and Dutch are very similar, it's still too far apart for them to understand each other. So if a Dutch person and a German person are in the same room, they're going to speak English together. So the English language comedy scene is very, very popular.
I know that we've talked before when it was after you performed your comedy routine for a very English, probably a lot of expats and tourists from America and Canada and so forth, and then a similar routine in front of primarily Dutch people. The reaction is different. Their acceptance of maybe American sarcasm may be a little different. Am I right?
Yeah. I mean, the Dutch are very famous for not laughing at comedy shows. That is something that they
That'd
are
be
very well
tough.
known for. Um, I think, yeah, they have that in common with the Germans, where they would rather tell you that something was funny than just laugh at it. Um, but once you spend time with Dutch people in their native language, you'll see that they do enjoy laughing. But just they're a tough crowd. They're a famously tough crowd compared to other cultures, for sure.
Well, Alex, we are speaking with Alexander Douglas Baggett, actor, theater teacher. Let's see what else. Stand-up comedian, etc. He's my son, and he's in The Hague, the Netherlands, and I'm here in Sheridan, Wyoming, and we're having just a little discussion about what it's like where he is. Alex, give us another weather update from The Hague, the Netherlands. What's the weather like there?
Another weather update. Yeah, completely blue skies, and again 20 degrees Celsius, which would be about 68 to 70 degrees. It's a perfect spring day in Holland, and we don't get a lot of those. It's a generally very gray, rainy, windy place. So
Well,
it's
we're up to
beautiful.
22 degrees here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Alex, it's been a very, very slow start to springtime here in Wyoming. We were planning on, until we got some more recent snow, getting up that hill, see if we can get to the cabin this weekend. We'll see. We'll see how far we can get in the side-by-side. But I did want to also, mention that you're a director and one of the originators of a troupe, Reckless Shakespeare. And Shakespeare. Okay, I would probably understand somebody speaking Dutch as much as sometimes I understand Old English, the Shakespeare English. But
Yes.
your company, your troupe, Reckless Shakespeare, you guys have really kind of made a name for yourself there in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
What's that about?
I think what I always tell our audiences before the show is that you're not supposed to understand everything, but part of what we do is we use a lot of physical theater. Back to that thing I was talking about earlier of like commedia dell'arte. We use a lot of clowning techniques to exaggerate our characterization to help tell the story physically. And when you see the combination of hearing the language and seeing it physically on stage, there's this thing that happens when you get used to it, that it starts making sense. The Shakespeare is such an incredible writer, and once you realize that everything he writes about is a metaphor, and he's always comparing one thing against another thing. And once that starts unlocking for our audience, the whole point of the company is to take the formality out of Shakespeare. We think of Shakespeare as a really fancy type of entertainment, but it was a very middle class type of entertainment when it was made. But yeah, we do it the old fashioned way. We do it exactly the way that Shakespeare's troupe would have done it in the 17th century, which means we cast the show. We learn our lines on our own, and then we show up on opening day and we perform the play without rehearsing.
See, that's what I mean about that improvisation and that, eventually the fear of getting up there in front of people kind of ebbs and flows. One of the things that you do and done well your whole life is you're able to memorize lines in plays, and I know that you also do commercials professionally. You've done a soap opera there in Amsterdam or in Holland, and in Romania even. I remember seeing during the March Madness commercials, your mother and I were in one of the local pubs watching some March Madness, and your mom screeched. It was because your Hanes commercial came up on the big screen TV. So these cowboys were looking at us, what happened? Is she okay? But I was just as excited as your mom to see your
Yeah.
Hanes underwear commercial pop up on a screen in Dayton, Wyoming. At the Crazy Woman Saloon. That was where we were. So any of those, anything like that on the horizon with some of your commercial productions?
Here it's with those commercials, I have an agent. I get sent auditions. I put those on camera. Now pretty much every actor on Earth sends in homemade self-tapes to audition. So what that means is that people not only in Hollywood, but all over the planet can now audition for roles that are being offered. And Europe's a big hub for commercials, even commercials that play in the United States. So I send in auditions every week, but it really is a numbers game. You usually find out within about 3 days of filming if you got the role or not, and then suddenly you're on a plane. So yeah, I was just in Barcelona doing a commercial for the World Series of Poker, and one of the
and that will likely show up in the
influencers.
States too, right? One like World Series of Poker.
That will more than likely show up on your social media feeds any day now.
Gotcha. So anything, I mentioned that you had played. I thought this was, perfect profiling with when you got a role as a smart alecky American bartender in a Dutch production. That typecasting, were you offended?
Well, I was. I think the funnier role was I was cast as an American tourist who got robbed by some Dutch teenagers, and that one they. I think the funny thing for me is they picked out this costume, right, so that I would look like an American tourist, and they had this ball cap that just didn't look quite right, and they put it on me, and this guy's not an American with this ball cap, but it's all they had because they were trying their best. So one of my proud moments was I got to I brought in my own set of ball caps so that they knew actually. What we actually wear in the States. I always keep a lucky dollar in my wallet, and I got to use that as a prop when I improvise the scene where I give some guy a tip, because that's the thing that Americans are known for abroad as tipping people all the time.
You bet. Well, hey, let's do another break here. We come back. I got a little surprise for you, something your mom found. I get to show that to you. So let's do a quick break. And we'll come back. We're talking to Alexander Douglas Baggett, who happens to be in The Hague, the Netherlands at this moment, where it's almost 70 degrees there as we sit through 22 degrees here in Sheridan, Wyoming. We'll be back on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org. Breathe.
Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Want to stay in touch with what's happening around
In
Wyoming?
today's digital
I'm Wendy Corr,
world,
host of the Cowboy
it's hard
State
to know
Daily
who
Video
to trust.
Newscast.
Your
From
local
Mountain View to
TV and
Upton,
radio
from Jackson
stations
to
bring you
Cheyenne,
the
our
facts.
reporters are
Misinformation
out there
and deep
finding
fakes
and
flood
telling the
social
stories
media,
that matter.
but
Every day, I
broadcasters
talk to
deliver
the talented
verified and
journalists who are
accurate
covering the
news.
topics,
For
issues,
news,
and people
emergency
that are important
updates,
to
sports,
Wyomingites.
and entertainment,
in our daily
turn
newscast,
to
I
your
bring you
local
their
station.
stories. Tune into
Text
Cowboy State
TV to
Daily Video News every morning,
52886
only on
and urge Congress to support the
CowboyStateDaily.com.
vital local journalism broadcasters
Wyoming is
provide.
a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Corr and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Saturday morning edition. Your buddy Bags with you till 10 o'clock this morning. Got a poll question out there. And it is, what do you judge other people on? I picked driving, because I do. That's my sin nature, but I do judge. It's not supposed to be my role, but I do it sometimes. And things like, do you judge based on their hair, hair color, style, the car they're driving, maybe, I don't know, something else. But you can text that in. Your buddy Bags, it's up there on the screen, 307-278-9598. We'll check in on that. That's also the call-in line at some point. We also have a designated email address at wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Hopping back into the Zoom room with my younger son, Alex, and he is live right now in The Hague, the Netherlands. And I just thought it would be interesting to hear from an American who's got dual citizenship now, who's married to a beautiful Dutch woman that he met in Chicago, the Loyola University. And they took off, what are we, at 7 years now? You've been living over there, son?
Yeah.
And I think it's your mother and our turn to visit you there. So we're making plans for that, and we can't wait. So what is it like? I mean, you have a family over there now, too. And what is it like both for you to have a Dutch family, and what is it like for them to have an American family member?
Well, the Dutch are very great and generous people, despite all the times we internationals make fun of them. So they're a lovely, lovely family in a town called Schiedam. And
wait a minute.
I think for
Schiedam.
Schiedam.
Yeah.
If you're going to speak Dutch, you have to learn the th sound. It's the most important sound they make. That's why they can't pronounce our last name, because the G is a ch. So they always pronounce it Baggett. And I can't handle that, so we don't. I can't correct them too often. But Yeah, they it's good. I've again as I become fluent enough in Dutch that we communicate now exclusively in Dutch. But unfortunately for them, my brother-in-law and now one of my cousins, they've also imported their own international partners. So the family has kind of had to go back to speaking a little more English for the other internationals.
And your mother-in-law is quite a unique individual. She belongs to, or at least she did, to a ukulele band. So she kind of sets her own pace, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's a very energetic woman. She taught kindergarten, so she has an immense amount of energy and patience. So her outlet for that is definitely music. She went on a Zumba retreat to the Canary Islands recently, where it was basically rosé and Zumba on the beach in the Canaries.
We're very determined here in Sheridan, Wyoming, to bring her and maybe your brother-in-law, Nalton, to the Bighorns. And then you discovered that maybe it'll take a little effort to get them up on a horse. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, Linda Luce has some pain in her knees.
Okay.
And
there's real reasons other than
but
inexperience.
But yeah, no, I don't think she's. I'm not sure if she has ridden a horse. There's an equestrian culture in the Netherlands, but I'm not sure how involved Linda Luce was. Yeah, Sophie seems to think that she would not get on a horse if prodded.
Well, we'll try. We'll certainly get her out fishing and hiking and all the other things that we love to do here in Wyoming. Looking forward to showing that off to her because she did such a magnificent, wonderful, generous, when we visited, took such good care of us. We didn't even talk about the travel on the canals, but she rented a, I don't know what you would call it. It's just a canal boat. And with great food and drink and a guitar player who played American music. He says, what do you want to hear? I said, well, I want to hear some Stevie Ray Vaughan. He went, boom, right into Pride and Joy. And so I just want to return the favor. That was an incredible experience. Again, we talked about the trains and bikes and you like a family lease or whatever you called it on a vehicle, things being so different there. When I say bicycles, I mean as a primary mode of transportation. We've got a lot of bikers around here, mountain bikers primarily.
Yeah. No, it's not. And that's the thing is when I lived in Chicago, I loved cycling as a sport and as a hobby. When you move to Holland, cycling no longer becomes a hobby. So yeah, I stopped deriving joy from riding my bike very soon after moving here because the way I describe it is the Dutch enjoy riding their bikes as much as they enjoy breathing oxygen. You just do it. It is the primary means of transportation. Rain or shine. One thing, it is also an ode to the kind of egalitarian attitude of the Dutch, right? Whether you are a poor working class person or you are a high level prosecuting attorney, everybody's on the bike in the morning, riding to work, rain or shine.
Or large out of shape tourists from America visiting their son and daughter-in-law as well. So we got up there and we gave it the effort that it deserved, and we actually really enjoyed it. We just didn't realize that it was going to be quite as extensive.
In Rotterdam, we really put you to the test in the city of Rotterdam. But if you ever plan on visiting Amsterdam, Holland, and you haven't ridden a bike in years, your first day back on a bike, and you can attest to this, Dad, because you saw it. Your first day on a bike after years of not riding, should not be a busy day in the streets of Amsterdam.
Oh boy.
I warn people all the time, it's not cute to ride your bike in Amsterdam. It's the Thunderdome. And especially my warning to young couples who think it's going to be romantic to get a tandem bike in Amsterdam, you will end your relationship on that day if you attempt to ride a tandem bike in the city of Amsterdam. So if anybody's planning on visiting Amsterdam, beautiful city, highly recommend it. Just, ride a bike one day before before you get to Amsterdam and sit on a bike for the first time in years.
And plan on being serious about it and following the laws and following the the cultural norms of bike riding, because you're on this side, they're on that side, because these folks, they're coming and going from work. They're not headed to the beach or for a joyride. This is
Amsterdam is an entire working city in the middle of the largest tourist attraction in Europe. So it is quite funny that you're walking through the streets that they look fake. Amsterdam is so picturesque.
Yeah,
sometimes it looks like you're walking in a fake Disney park at points. Where at the same time, there's a guy who's trying to get to work in that beautiful building that you're ogling at, and he has to pass 1 million tourists every day. So people do run into that quite often.
Well, Bug, I said I had a surprise for you. Your mom found this little number. Can you see that?
Oh no!
Yes.
Yeah.
This is Brighter and Brighter, your LP, the CD from your band Cluster Folk, F-O-L-K. Cluster Folk, who I thought, and I've been in the business for 42 years, as you know, the radio, I always thought this band had real talent. We saw you, of course, multiple times, and you guys had a great following, and because it was good music. The band, it's on the back here, we're going to call them out, Austin Allen, Zachary.
And Austin Allen here, I'll tell you what they're all doing now, too, because it is a very talented group of people. Austin Allen now runs much of the technical light and water shows for Disney parks.
Is that right?
And is now a professor of lighting design at a university in Southern California.
Zachary Davidson.
Zachary Davidson is now the artistic director of Coin and Ghost Theater. He runs a pretty successful avant-garde theater company out of Los Angeles with his wife, who is now currently pregnant with their first daughter.
Hear, hear. Congratulations. Samantha Davis.
Yeah. Samantha Davis, my ex-girlfriend and our drummer at the same time. There was a song that we played that I wrote about her dumping me, and it was fun to have her playing the drums for that. That was fun.
Here, Alex, I don't know if you can see this, but I've got you. There's you playing the guitar, but here you are. Let me close that one. Boom. Cluster Folk right there. Can you see it?
No, I can't see.
I hope it's going out on the screen, but it's you and Cluster Folk, and you and Ethan Griggs were the primary songwriters, correct?
Yes.
And some of the songs, you had Colorado, which was a fave, Laurel, Grizzly Bear, Unity, and yeah, this was good music, and I always thought you guys could have made it big time. I loved the name of the band. I think somebody else has, when I Google searched, you guys were there as well, but then there was another one, so should have copyrighted that thing, huh?
Mm-hmm.
In case you wanted to bring it back. Are you still playing your mandolin and your guitar?
Every once in a while, but yeah, more as a means to kind of relax at the end of the day or just noodle around on stuff. It's a fun little thing to do, especially when you have a catalog of old songs that you wrote. It's like going back and reading a journal.
All right. Well, I hope that some of your Dutch family were able to tune in, even though the sound might be a little bit off. Now, here, You sound a little froggy, and I guess you're saying that I sound a little froggy over there. So
Precisely, yeah.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, hopefully people could get the gist of this conversation between father and son, John and Alexander Baggett. Did you just go sideways? Did you do that?
Yeah, sorry.
What are you messing with?
Just did something weird.
I thought I did. So
there we go.
You be careful. You know the
All
deal.
Right. We're all set.
So, what can I say? We miss you. We love you and Sophie very much, and very, 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 very proud of you. And it sounds like you're living large, and we can't wait to see you guys again. Like I said, your mom and I are already making plans for a European vacation. Yeah, it's like the Griswolds. It's similar when the Baggetts go, but
yeah. Except I can do the driving. You don't have to worry about the roundabouts.
All right. Well, I've got some news coming up. I've also got a Don Day weather, and we're gonna. How do you say goodbye? See you later in Dutch.
Tot ziens. Tot later. Doei. Tot volgende keer.
All right. Thank you. All right. Have a good one. We'll talk to you soon, son. Doei. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily with your buddy Bags.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, April 4th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core.
But I did.
From the moment an on-the-job accident all but ruined Laramie firefighter Dylan Schultz's body, he's been determined to get back the full use of it.
The cardiologist looked at me and said,
when a massive stone fireplace chase
no
collapsed on him and another firefighter responding to a house fire at the end of February. He suffered a broken back, shattered ankle, and collapsed lung, and was left temporarily paralyzed.
A few months later, I had
down.
open heart
But
surgery that saved
Cowboy
my
State
life.
Daily's Mark Hines,
And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American
He did suffer
Heart
some
Association.
bruising and scarring
I'm
on the
grateful
spinal
for the
cord,
American
so
Heart
it's been rough,
Association.
but he told me today
Their
that he
research
now
gave
has...
me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, April 4th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. In 2024, the Wyoming Secretary of State's office referred 16 separate election complaints to Wyoming Attorney General Bridget Hill's office for prosecution. But according to results of public records requests provided to politics reporter Leo Wolfson, none of them have been prosecuted. Secretary of State Chuck Gray told Cowboy State Daily that not only has Hill taken no action on any of the complaints, she's also failed to keep him apprised of the status of any of the cases.
The amount of complaints has drastically increased during Secretary of State Chuck Gray's administration. Spoke to Kai Schoen, the former elections director for Wyoming, who preceded Gray's administration, and he said they would typically forward about 5 to 6 complaints on average. Gray has really brought a hardline approach to election reform, believing that the state has many vulnerabilities that need to be closed up, despite there being an extremely low amount of fraud documented in the state.
Hill confirmed to Cowboy State Daily that no charges have been filed in any of these cases, but her office is still actively investigating 8 of them, while also recognizing some of the cases are related to the same topic. Wyoming residents pay less than most Americans for electricity. That's what a Wednesday report from the American Legislative Exchange Council, or ALEC, shows. It declares that Wyoming is home to the lowest power bills in the United States. And the ALEC report is just one of many sources that shows Wyomingites pay less for electricity. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that energy affordability is a topic popular enough to qualify as clickbait on the internet.
One consistent thing in all these different reports is that Wyoming has low per kilowatt rates. And so one report found that we're paying 8.24 cents per kilowatt hour. Another had it around 11 cents. Either way, that's really low based on comparisons to places like Hawaii, where it's 30 and 40 cents per kilowatt hour.
The CashNet USA report found Wyoming households spend around $1,500 on electricity each year. That's $439 less than the national average. Mexican authorities announced last week they're deporting a convicted LSD and marijuana dealer from Wyoming who'd been hiding out in a small town. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 25-year-old Gabriel Rogers was convicted in April 2019 for possessing stolen firearms and conspiring to distribute LSD and marijuana, and was hiding in the Mexican town after evading his U.S.-imposed supervised release.
He was sentenced in early 2019 from 2018 charges where the court documents describe just this rollicking case, like 30-some guns stolen from a pawn shop in Gillette. But then Rogers did his time, and then they said, okay, after this, you need to do 3 years of supervised release. So report to your probation officer when you get out of jail. He gets out in Nebraska, and he does not report. That's December 2022. He vanishes. Next we hear of him, the Mexican media is reporting that an American man was caught in a Mexican town relating to original charges of drug trafficking.
Rogers showed recent addresses in Sundance, Wyoming, and in Rapid City, South Dakota before his 2018 arrest. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, 2 wind farm projects in eastern Wyoming got a green light before the State Board of Land Commissioners on Thursday, but not before tempers flared yet again between Governor Mark Gordon and Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Gordon and Gray were on opposing sides when it came to approving the 2 separate wind farm projects that would lease state land in Converse and Niobrara counties over the course of a 40-year term. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that both wind projects were approved by the board on 4-1 votes, with Gray the only member to vote against both.
Gray basically believes that wind energy is a hoax and predicated on government subsidies, while Governor Mark Gordon has consistently espoused an all-of-the-above energy policy, and he believes that these very large wind farms could have a strong benefit for Converse and Niobrara counties where they will be built.
An executive session was held for about 30 minutes to discuss the issue, where Gray said the board was assured by their legal counsel there were no vulnerabilities in it, but that was a conclusion he disagreed with. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Wyoming will have to endure some pretty chilly winter-like temperatures and conditions today as an area of low pressure comes across the Rockies. There's going to be scattered snow showers, and temperatures will be a good 20 to 25 degrees below average. We're going to see highs in most areas of the state only in the 30s and low 40s today. Scattered snow will be found in the south and parts of the northeast, mainly during the early part of the day and maybe into afternoon. Then skies will clear out tonight, and boy, be ready for a cold night, even though it's April. We're looking at lows tonight down into the teens and lower 20s. The higher valleys in western Wyoming could see single digits. Now, not all bad news. The weather starts to improve Saturday. It's just not going to be very warm Saturday. Most areas warming to the 40s, but it will look and feel more like spring with some sun, some high pressure, and warmer temperatures come Sunday and Monday.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, you're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. 7 o'clock on a 7:07 on a Saturday morning. I'm doing this every Saturday now from 6 to 10 and various topics. Now, we do a lot of news, a lot of some politics and so forth during the week, less so on the weekend. And here on your Buddy Bags show. So music, entertainment, events, and then every now and then like UFOs. And that's what our next hour is about.
I'm not unidentified.
Oh, you're not. Let me see if I got your mic okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Jenny Rieger is a friend of mine. She's a physical therapist, advanced
occupational therapist.
Occupational therapist. You've told me that about a dozen times.
It's okay.
And I keep.
I'll keep correcting you.
It's what I, you get something in, you get something in this old brain. Try getting it out, and then you can't get anything else in. So.
I understand.
Welcome.
Thanks.
This new technology does have a cough button, which is a good thing. Sip of coffee probably go good here.
What's a cough button?
So you don't cough in your listeners' ears.
Oh.
Or sneeze or belch or anything else. So give me the high sign if any of those things occur. I can knock it down there. So
now I kind of want to just try it.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, I have some stupid things to say, but I won't about that. I'm so glad you made it here, Jenny. You and I have talked on many occasions. Now, Sheridan Nights, we're here in Sheridan, Wyoming. This is a digital streaming show. So 90,000 plus subscribers to Cowboy State Daily. I don't know how many are listening. Probably a couple. But so it's anywhere on the planet. Alex and his in-laws could listen to it in the Netherlands. So that's pretty cool. That hasn't been my experience. I'm, dinosaur of a broadcast. But what happens is, your buddy Bags, I live here in Sheridan, so therefore I kind of focus this way. I got to broaden out. But if you're anywhere near or even visited or live here, Sheridan, Bighorn Mountain Country, you might know Jenny a little bit.
A very little.
Yeah, well,
I'm not
because
nearly as famous as you think I am.
Well, she is a balloonist, a hot air balloonist. Correct. And she's got this beautiful psychedelic orange and yellow, and what else is in that mix?
It's primarily yellow, and it has big sort of paint drips on it. So I've got pink and green and blue and
it's psychedelic
and red. It's awesome.
But she lifts off, and every now and then there she is on a it's going to be a beautiful day when do you got a nickname for your balloon?
Well, it has a name, and the name is Hot and Bothered.
Oh my God. it stole it from you.
Yeah, all hot air balloons have names.
I imagine. I figured as much. But anyway, I love it. It's something that, I don't know, I see you go up there and I'm watching it, and we take pictures of it, and lots of times I'll take the picture and text it to you.
Yeah.
I'm watching, I'm waving.
Yeah.
And so I'm just fascinated I've been up in a hot air balloon once, and it was kind of I don't know, I wasn't afraid, because I think in my old age I've gotten more and more afraid of heights, more than ledges.
Yeah, that's pretty common.
Different. I don't know what happened, but I used to just do stupid stuff on ledges. I've jumped out of airplanes. I've hang glided, but now even the thought of it gives me the willies. So.
Well, I always tell people that hot air ballooning is not like standing on a ledge. I think there's a reasonable fear of heights, right? If you're on the top of a ladder, or you're on the edge of your roof, or you're on the edge of the cliff looking over, and there's really just nothing below you. That's your common sense going, this could be a bad ending if you are stupid. With hot air ballooning, you've got the basket up around you, you've got a solid floor underneath your feet. And as long as you keep your gaze out on the horizon and you're looking out and you're not looking directly down, most people that, in my experience, really have very little problems with it.
Well, I do think that of the adventure sports that involve elevation and heights and so forth, I think hot air ballooning is the most relaxed. It looks like it. Now that's assuming, again, because my experience was a skydiver's jumping out of it.
Sure.
And so it looks like it's an enjoyable slow ride.
It's wonderful. Yeah. So ideal weather for ballooning typically tends to be sort of lighter winds. And so a lot of times, and we kind of have a sweet spot here in Sheridan. A lot of times our morning winds are very light and variable. We just kind of float along and look at the pretty mountains and look at the cool things below us.
I mean, I can only imagine
Yes.
how beautiful it is from up there.
It is very, and other than the burner sound, it is very quiet and peaceful. And we typically go first thing in the morning. This would be sort of the ideal time at this time of year to be out flying.
When you were calling to let me know you were out front, we do this show from my home. We put a little studio in one of our extra rooms, and it's I love it. You know, the place where I sleep is 15 feet away, and the bathroom's close by too. So anyway, nice. But it's nice. But Jenny came here, and when I saw that ring, and I looked outside, I said, "This would if she wasn't coming here.
If I wasn't coming
she
here,
would probably be up.
I would be
up
flying,
and away."
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
So see how much I love you.
I apologize for ruining it for you.
No apologies.
So
I'm gonna fly tomorrow.
Good. We'll be looking for you. Yeah, we do have some. I mean, clear weather. It's going to be cool. It doesn't warm up here for. I mean, we're going to get excited about like Monday or Tuesday at 51 degrees. The way it is. It's been a slow start to spring.
Well, that's okay. We needed the moisture.
We definitely needed the moisture, for sure. But so, how the heck does one get started in the hot air balloon world?
Well, it kind of varies from person to person, but typically what happens is somebody takes a hot air balloon ride, and they always say your first ride might be free, but your second one costs you $30,000 when you buy your balloon.
Right. Yeah, that was another question. It looks expensive.
It's not as expensive as other forms of flight.
Right.
So.
I mean, that burner is that thing, it looks like it could power a fighter jet.
Well, I mean, it's pretty zippy, but I had a little bit of a different start. I was living in Riverton, and in Riverton, back in the 80s, they had their 75th anniversary of their town, and they brought in hot air balloons to sort of celebrate the event.
Uh-huh.
And this was back in the early 80s, and so sport hot air ballooning was really sort of took off in the late 60s when the propane burner was invented by a gentleman over in South Dakota. And so the 70s and 80s, we saw a big influx of pilots into the hot air ballooning, and it really kind of became a thing. And so they brought in some hot air balloonists to celebrate the 75th birthday, and the town of Riverton loved it so much that they decided to make it a thing. So they started having yearly hot air balloon rally. And then there was a gentleman who owned the newspaper, and he became a senator, and he was really excited about balloons. And so he said, I think we should buy a balloon for Riverton, and I think we should name it, and I think we should have pilots, and people can fly this balloon as a visual representation of Riverton, Wyoming. And so that all happened. They had a naming contest. They named it the Cloud Kisser. And
nice.
So the Riverton balloon has been around since I want to say the late 80s or the very early 90s, maybe 91, somewhere in there. And they have 4 iterations of it. So they're on Cloud Kisser 4 right now. They have 2. And when I became a pilot, I was living in Riverton. I had 2 very small children, and I had just sort of taken a step back from working full time because my kids were very little, and they were coming home from daycare with all kinds of nasty habits and sicknesses. And we had the ability for me to sort of stay home with them. And so, but as it turns out, I'm a woman of great energy and enthusiasm, and staying home with 3-year-olds is not as intellectually stimulating as one might assume.
And when you get out, you mean get out and up and away too. You just weren't getting out the front door for a little walk around the block.
So the balloon flew over my house one day, and I was on the phone with my sister, and I said, I should learn how to fly that thing. And But it was one of those comments that you're like, oh, I should take a sabbatical in India, whatever. Not based in reality. And a week later, she called me and she said, hey, they're advertising to train pilots. You need to go do this. And so I called the lady. Her name is Pat Newland. She's still flying. And I said, hey, I heard you're interested in training pilots. Like, what do you do for that? Like, how does that work? And she said, well, you need to come out and crew for me before you do anything else and see if you're at all interested. And so I showed up at the time and date, and I showed up to crew, and I was like, oh yeah, we're doing this. This is going to be great. So I started my training in June of 2008 and had my certificate by September. So we flew the Jesus out of that year.
Oh boy.
And it was hard. I had never done anything flight oriented before, and it was quite a learning curve, but it's actually been probably the coolest thing I've ever learned how to do, and it has opened doors for me and introduced me to people that I would have never met any other way, and it's just been one of the joys of my life.
And it looks like it. I do want to hear about what goes on up there when you do take people up. And normally it's mostly friends that you fly with. No, I do
charter. I'm a commercially rated pilot, so I do have the ability to charter flights.
And I want to give you an opportunity to plug that.
Oh.
So if somebody wants to charter the psychedelic balloon, what's its name again?
Hot and Bothered.
Hot and Bothered.
If you want to go get hot and bothered with me.
Yeah. Who should they email you, text you, website?
I'm on socials as Jenny Rieger, or on Instagram as Sheridan Balloon Lady. And I'm easy to get hold of. My phone number is about everywhere. But most people just call or text me or hunt me down. If you see the balloon in the air, follow me where I land, and you can come get a card from me. So
balloonist and occupational therapist.
Correct.
Nailed it.
We're going to get you
advanced therapy. And so we're going to do a little commercial break here and come back. And I want to hear some adventure stories.
Okay.
About Hot and Bothered. We'll be back. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats, or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
I'm playing some jam and bumper music here. It's like I should have found Up and Away.
My Beautiful Balloon.
Fifth Dimension.
Yeah.
You betcha.
Who doesn't love Marilyn?
Yeah, exactly. All right, let me see how your mic is now. And I can see you. So I'm getting texts from family and friends that are saying Ginny's off screen.
I thought you guys might like it better that way, but I guess we have to be on screen.
Okay. Well, then my brother, I think, texted me and he said, I got to turn your mic up too. So even though I don't have an in-house technical producer, I got plenty of family.
I mean, I could certainly talk louder.
I'd
be blowing people's ears out.
Yeah, I'm watching the meters to see if we're kind of even here. I'll bring mine down and yours up. Dun, da, da, da. Dun, da, da. All right.
Was that the Imperial Butter commercial? What was
yes,
that?
I think so.
Butter?
Yeah, that's a generational thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we get back to this conversation. I'm excited about our little next segment here. But we have a poll question this morning. Okay?
Okay.
It's kind of deep and spiritual in a way.
Ready.
It's what do you judge other people on? So in my case, it's driving. Now, again, you're not supposed to judge. That's his job. But I do. I'll just speak for myself. People's driving at times. In fact, I've got in the 9 o'clock hour, stand-up comedian, Sheridan, Wyoming stand-up comedian, Ryan Legler's going to be on. And he does a bit about Wyoming or Sheridan drivers and how overly friendly we are at the four-way.
I haven't always had that experience.
Yeah, well, yeah, also, but most of the time it's no, you go.
No, you go. Yes.
So that was what inspired the poll question of the day, because I had that experience at Laux and what's
Brooks, yeah.
Yeah, Brooks. And it just was funny. And unfortunately, it was one of those days I wasn't in a hurry to get anywhere. And the woman pulled up and she was waving me to go. And it was her turn by 3. So she was like, she got there and then she waited and then she was let everybody go. and she was forgetting about the people behind her. So, of course, now I'm judging. Okay, so maybe it's hairstyle. Maybe you don't like the car somebody drives, or I don't know, something. But what do you judge other people on? Is there something you want to confess right here to Father?
How they shake hands.
Oh, that's such a good one.
I really don't like the limp fish, like, you may kiss the back of my hand handshake.
Get it. That's a good one.
And you can always tell, like, how nervous somebody is, maybe if they kind of have sweaty. Like, you can tell a lot by somebody about how they shake hands.
I don't care if it's Tinkerbell. I'm slipping her the grip, man, because I feel the same way. I think it's just, the fishy kind of thing.
I always think it's funny when they like lay their fingers in your hand. Like,
Madame.
oh, there you go.
You betcha.
I'm not that fancy.
But yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so if you have one, text me at 307-278-9598. What's your issue where you judge people on? And that was a good one, the handshake. That's a good one. And or you can shoot me an email anytime, WyomingBags307@gmail.com, and Bags has 2 G's and an S. Somebody said, I sent you an email and you ignored me. And they had Wyoming BAG, 1 G and a Z. 307.
They were creative.
That ain't it.
You need to, capture all of the
Maybe
possible Wyoming bags and zip it all into one. See?
Oh, I need smart people around me more often. Before we get into some adventures, so we got weather coming up here shortly. Don Day is our weatherman. Who knew? Don's into ballooning.
Yeah, Don Day and his wife Heather, they're both hot air balloon pilots.
Yeah, that's awesome. Don, if you're listening, we got you pegged, man. You're an adventurer.
I love Don Day. He's awesome.
Well, and we've been listening to Don for so long. Him and I have lamented together that this is the first time in our radio careers collectively that people can see us.
Yeah.
And, face for radio kind of stuff. Don's a handsome dude. I mean, I saw him the first time I got on here. I figured, yeah, he was probably a little curmudgeon guy because radio people aren't usually lookers.
Yeah.
And as you can see.
Is that why you invited me on radio?
Yeah, but now you're on video too. I'm looking right at you here on my screen.
Guys.
So lovely. So Don, if you're listening, that's great. I think that's an awesome hobby, or what do you call it? I guess it's a hobby.
It could be a hobby. Sometimes it's a profession, but mostly I think it's a calling.
Yeah, I can imagine. So Jenny Rieger, for Sheridanites and people here in Bighorn Mountain Country, we are absolutely used to and love seeing the Wild Woman. What was it?
Hot and Bothered.
Hot and Bothered. I'll name your next balloon.
My next balloon, I have a second balloon, and its name is Hot Flash.
Oh my gosh, that's a good
I know.
one.
I joke with my crew that they're the menopause mafia.
Yeah. Hey, we'll talk about some of the adventures they've had probably in the basket as well. But as we were getting into it, so one of the stories, you told me a story, and I'm going to let you tell it, but I don't know how much of it you can tell, and we're not giving any names.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
and however, we need to clean it up. Feel free to do that, but it's such a great story. I know that when somebody who's never really done anything like that, and or they don't know that they might be afraid of heights or whatever, once you get them up there, because a hot air balloon, it seems like most of the time everything kind of goes in slow motion. So
I don't. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, what I mean by that is coming down fast is probably not a good idea. Too fast.
Sometimes you have to. It depends on the circumstances. But the story that I was telling you that you're referring to, so first of all, hot air ballooning is super fun, and most of the time people have a marvelous time and have no issues, and it's wonderful and fun, and everybody should do it, and
but
I highly recommend it. But
like anything else, skiing's wonderful, but
last summer I was at an event, and one of my ballooning colleagues had a situation in his basket where he had 3 passengers at an event. They didn't know each other, and he didn't know them, and so it was for sort of 4 strangers in a basket. And they inflated the envelope and took off, and everything was great. They flew for about 40 minutes, and everything was okay. And the 3 passengers were ladies, and the pilot was male, and they were just doing that whole chit chat. Oh, look at that deer, whatever. And then one of the ladies, probably about 40 minutes into the flight, said, "I don't feel so good." And the pilot said, "Oh, are you okay? Like, what do you need?" And she was like, "I don't know. I just don't feel." And then her bowels let go.
In
we'll
a
say it that
basket.
way. And
At
so
a couple
this
thousand
poor
feet in the
lady,
air.
I just felt so bad when I heard this story.
Oh,
This poor lady, right? Sort of pooped her pants in front of 3 strangers in the air. Like they weren't even on the ground yet.
Oh,
like,
my God.
so they had to like sort of deal with that. And then I always think about like, what about the other passengers? Like I would just be like, how can I help? But I don't
Yeah.
want to. Oh, I just felt so bad.
That's when
she didn't feel very good.
Oh, God bless her.
So she had like a little bit of a nervous bowel situation. And can you imagine like the embarrassment? I felt so bad for that lady.
I thought it was funny, but I'm warped like that. Yeah, I could see, I do have empathy down deep somewhere because where are you going to go? I mean,
well, exactly. So the pilot landed safely and everything was good. And they kind of helped her as much as she could. But I mean, she really loved it. It's just that it didn't end as well as it could have for her. I felt really bad, but I want to tell you a story something that happened to me because I think it's funny. It's my favorite ballooning story to tell.
And I haven't heard it yet. Is that what
I
you're saying?
don't think you have.
Good. Let's hear it.
So I was flying in Casper at an event. So Casper has a balloon rally also. We have a lot of local close by events. And so I was flying in Casper. This was probably, 9 years ago. And so it was getting close to the end of our flight and we had traveled east. So we launched at the fairgrounds and traveled east. And so that they were building all those big apartment buildings kind of out as you travel towards Hat 6 Road. And so we were kind of coming in for a landing and flying at about 2nd story level and just kind of floating because I was going to come and land in the field. And there was this guy. So all of these apartments had like sliding glass doors. And there was this guy standing in his in the window drinking his coffee, not a stitch on, like completely starkers. And he was just sitting there watching us, everything's full view, he's drinking his coffee. And my passengers start giggling. And I think I had a teenager in there. And so we start laughing and he's just sitting there watching us, come in for this landing. And so I waved at him. And then you could see the exact moment when it occurred to him that if he could see us, that we could see him. And he like jumped a little and the coffee spilled all the front down of him. And then you just saw his little butt cheeks like flying out of the room. It was so funny. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen in the basket. Oh,
you
so
have
good.
to imagine the things you can see from up there. Yeah, as a hunter.
Oh gosh, everybody always asks me that. Can I hunt from the balloon? No.
Well, I don't want from the balloon, but maybe spot them. I mean, for crying out loud.
That's if they're there later.
Yeah.
No, I want to enjoy nature without you stabbing it or shooting
it. Yeah, your buddy Bags.
Stab it with your
running
arrow.
around stabbing animals. No, it's
with your arrow or whatever.
I do. At my age, in the shape that I'm in, we call it posting up.
Oh, okay.
It's really just sitting there waiting.
One time I saw a baby deer getting birthed in a field. I flew over and the poor mother, like she was a little bit nervous, but she had another little baby. And then, not a foal. What do they call a baby deer? Whatever.
Bambi.
And so she was I watched her deliver the baby
Fawn.
from the air. It was really amazing. It was an experience.
You betcha. Well, so tell me, with the business end of it, you mentioned before, I do want you to be able to mention again how folks can get a hold of you because you do charter.
I do charter, yeah.
So people that have chartered, I mean, proposals.
Oh yeah, I've had a lot of proposals. Yeah, that's kind of a romantic way to do it. It's pretty cute. The guy's always so super nervous. Or the proposer. I shouldn't say it's always a guy, but most of the time it's a guy proposing.
Yeah.
And it's so cute. You guys are so adorable. You get so like anxious and like want it to be perfect. And then, when we fly for a while and I'm like, do it now.
What
We're
would
going to
happen
land.
if she said no?
I
And
know.
you're stuck in that basket 2,000 feet in the air.
I always ask him, I'm like,
contingency?
I haven't ever had that happen to me. During a flight of mine that she said no, but I have had other pilots have that situation where they were like, no. So I always ask my guys when they call me and say, I want to propose. I'm like, how sure are you she's going to say yes?
Yeah.
Like, are we 99% sure this is a go? Like, I don't want to. It would be so awkward.
Yeah. You'd want to have a contingency for sure. Now, how do I put this delicately? Booze?
No.
0.
So
Even
the FAA frowns upon drinking and flying.
Yeah.
And so
same with radio.
Yeah,
they
right.
frown on being on the air.
But as when we land, it is tradition in ballooning to celebrate a flight with a champagne toast. And so if you fly with me and it's your first time, we absolutely have some champagne. For those of us who don't imbibe, we also, I always provide like a sparkling cider or something like that. So we have fancy drinks and storytelling. And if you fly with me, you get a little present, a little memento of your flight with us.
So does anybody ever like bring a guitar with them and do a little performance for you?
No, not so much during
Captain?
flights, but like, so a lot of times at events, we do what we call a tailgate after the flight. So the pilots will all, we're all there. We don't live wherever we're at. And so a lot of times we'll get together, have snacks, and sometimes people will bring their musical instruments and we'll have little stuff like that. But
So you have a crew.
I do.
And
I have the best crew.
And I've seen a couple of different ones. So how does that work? So obviously you take off from somewhere, you got to get it up in the air, and then you got to come down somewhere. So how does it work being a chaser? Is that what they call it?
Yeah, it's called the chase crew. And so hot air ballooning is definitely a social event. You can't do it by yourself. I can't put up the balloon by myself and fly. I could fly by myself, but by the time I land and try to pack it up, the whole day would be gone. And so I have a crew of people, and I have a whole bunch of people that want to be involved somehow. And so I just shoot them a text and say, hey, we're going to fly on this day, and this is time, whatever, and people can come out. And so we have a few people that come out pretty regularly. I don't know if you guys know Ron Condas here locally, but he used to fly hot air balloons back here in the late 80s and 90s, and he's my main crew chief, and he comes out almost all the time. He loves it, and I love him. So anyway, you can come out and crew, and so we fly, and then we land and pack up, and it's great fun.
And drink
I think
champagne.
and drink champagne, yeah.
Or apple juice.
It's pretty fun to be on the chase crew because you never quite know. As a hot air balloon, we fly with the wind, so. And especially when it's light and variable, sometimes that's not very predictable about where we're going to land. And so there's a little bit of the whole,
That's you're stealing my thunder for my next, if there have been any precarious moments. I'm going to save that for after the break. And also tease my next hour guest is Coach Jeff Mowry, coach of the Sheridan Bronx football team. Check this out. The Bronx, Sheridan Bronx, a record of 174-30 over the past 18 seasons, have qualified for 17 straight 4A semifinal games, state semifinal games, 12 4A state championship game appearances. This is in the last 18 years between Don Julian and Coach Mowry. And then 10 state championships over that time, and they've won 4 straight. And I believe, somebody fact check me on, but either they're the 3rd or 4th longest high school football winning streak in the nation.
Yeah.
Their winning streak is the longest in Wyoming history, but it's like top 3 or 4 in the nation right now. So we're going to chat with Coach Mowry next hour. We come back, we're going to hear some harrowing experiences.
I never have harrowing experiences because I'm an excellent pilot.
Yes, you are. I know, and I don't want to chase away business either, but gosh,
no.
I
am. I'm pretty boring as a pilot. I'm pretty safe. I have a lot to live for.
Yes, you do. I love that. All right, stand by. We'll be back. It is 7:42 here at Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Stand by.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming will have to endure some pretty chilly winter-like temperatures and conditions today as an area of low pressure comes across the Rockies. There's going to be scattered snow showers and temperatures will be a good 20 to 25 degrees below average. We're going to see highs in most areas of the state only in the 30s and low 40s today. Scattered snow will be found in the south and parts of the northeast, mainly during the early part of the day and maybe into afternoon. Then skies will clear out tonight, and boy, be ready for a cold night, even though it's April. We're looking at lows tonight down into the teens and lower 20s. The higher valleys in western Wyoming could see single digits. Now, not all bad news. The weather starts to improve Saturday. It's just not going to be very warm Saturday. Most areas warming to the 40s, but it will look and feel more like spring with some sun, some high pressure, and warmer temperatures come Sunday and Monday.
I'm teaching Ginny how to become my technical producer.
He's got a long way to go.
Yeah. But it's fun. I didn't realize how much I missed doing radio.
Yeah, the other day when you were telling me that you started this show again, like he just lit up like a Christmas tree. It was so cute because it's clear he misses doing this.
Yes, we like to talk, you and I both, and so why not visit with as many people as we can. I would encourage folks to, share the Cowboy State Daily website with whoever. Of course, you can pick it up if you go to our Facebook page as well. It's on YouTube and all of our shows. So you'll get to go home and say, I wonder how that sounded. You'll hear, boy, the volume's low. And I'm
probably not going to do that.
Yeah. Well,
it's one thing for me to subject you all to that, but I don't know if I'm going to subject myself to that.
Every show is archived. And what's funny is after the first show, being able to see myself for the first time, and I have this instinct. I want to go like, right, because nobody could see me for 42 years of radio,
Sure.
and now they can. So you gotta kind of make sure.
Maybe that could be like a drinking game where like people that watch the Cowboy State Daily John Baggett show, like how many times does he touch his nose?
Yeah.
Time for drink.
Exactly. my wife would come in here immediately if I slipped up in that area. Okay. So we have for sure. Well, first let me just give the time and temp here in Sheridan. It's 25 degrees. Oh boy.
That's it?
Yeah, but it's sunny, and you would
morning.
You would think it'd be a good morning to put up a hot air balloon, but she probably slept in, and she in the psychedelic.
I was here at 6:40.
I know.
I don't think I was sleeping in.
I could see. I was getting a text. I'm out front, and I was talking to my son on the Zoom call. So I was like, I hope she just comes on in. We got hot coffee and some cake, and Deb's up and at 'em.
Well, I haven't been to your house before. I wasn't going to just barge in.
Well, you can.
I have some manners.
Yeah, my dog would have took care of that, but anyway. So I'm easily distracted, as you can tell. But Ginny, we have determined, is a extremely safe, extremely good, extremely.
I have a 0 kill rate.
Experienced, yeah, exactly. And so I just want to establish that. But I do, when I'm watching you and then other hot air balloonists, which does fascinate me, it draws me to it when I see it. And then I don't know how many pictures I have of the balloon with the bighorn backdrop.
Oh, I know. We have such a beautiful flying area.
And I have that here in my archive, one of those. And you know what? I think I'm going to try to bring it up, and I just hope I don't knock us off the air. But I have a beautiful photograph of that there. It would be in here, and I got to do a share screen. Come on, people, bear with me. Just be nice. So if I share screen, and let me get back here. Yes, so come on, man. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, I'm not sure if that is up on the screen or not, but you'll see what I mean. If you can see it, then her name is, again, your balloon.
Hot and Bothered.
Hot and Bothered. Yeah, I hope that's up there, that folks can see it. And then I have one with a backdrop. Let me get rid of that one. And I have one with a backdrop with the bighorns behind it. So let's see if I can get that one up. That's it. That's it going up, getting filled with hot air. That one. So I'm hoping that did get up there, but I am not sure. So it is a beautiful balloon, Hot and Bothered, and so anyway, I'm watching it on occasion, and the way my mind works. Somebody text me and tell me if you could see those pictures. It's 307-278-9598. If you couldn't see it, I got a text coming in right now. Not on the screen. Wasn't there. We could see it in this studio on my computer, but you'll just have to take my word for it. That'll be the next research that I do.
He'll figure it out for next time.
Yeah, you bet. And so I watched the Hot and Bothered up there, and I look around, and I think, I wonder where would she land? And there's power lines over there, and then trees over there, and so give me the rundown. How do you determine? And you've got to know. You've got to wind speed. And
so there's kind of
altitude.
Yeah, there's the science of flying.
There's some science involved.
There's a lot of science involved, but there's also a bit of art to it. So a lot of piloting a hot air balloon is feeling what your aircraft can do. And you just do that by flying a lot, so you have a good feeling. Just like, your old jalopy that has all the weird tricks, right? You know them all because you drive your jalopy, right? So my balloon is not a jalopy, but you kind of get a feel for what you're going to do. You get a feel for how much space do you need? And that is directly affected by how fast you're traveling. So on a nice calm day, if it's a pretty calm 1 to 2 miles per hour wind day, I can park it pretty much anywhere I want. I can park it in a street, and I have frequently. I love street parking because my crew can drive right up to me. So as long as there's no power lines or big pokey trees, and there's enough space for me, I can set her down in a street. I can, if the wind is blowing, if we're traveling 10 to 12 to 15, I need a lot of space because I have basically a 70-foot sail above my basket. So as soon as the basket touches the ground, I've got friction on the ground, but I have still my envelope, my big balloony part is still traveling at 10 to 15 miles per hour. And so we end up sort of doing what we call a drag landing in ballooning. And it's a very normal. It's pretty exciting if you've never been in a drag landing before, but for us, it's pretty standard. Sometimes you have a drag landing.
And so the passengers, they just grab the side of the basket.
Yeah, I always give my passengers instructions. Try to keep them low. Yes, always 100% of the time. Stay in the basket. I always say that's my first instruction to my passengers. Is the first rule of ballooning club is stay in the basket.
Well, again, you talk about the science of it and so forth. What, how high, what's the highest elevation or altitude that you would go on a normal trip, and then when you're challenging things?
So there's a whole bunch of different things. Legally, I'm required to stay below 18,000 feet because anything over 18,000 feet requires instrumentation. So that's where all the big jetliners fly, and I don't want to be flying with those guys.
It'd be a bug splat on a windshield,
right?
Of a 747.
Above 12,500 feet, if you're up there for more than 30 minutes, I'm required to have onboard oxygen because you get hypoxic, and then you start making very interesting choices. And then over 14,000 feet, you have to have continuous onboard oxygen. So most of the time for fun flights around here, I'm within a couple thousand feet of the ground, anywhere between 1,000 to maybe 4,000 feet. But sometimes you can go on long hops where you might need to be crossing over. One of the things that's on my bucket list is to actually hop over the bighorns, maybe start over in Grable or something like that, and then hop over the bighorns. It would have to be a winter flight for multiple reasons. To make sure that we have enough fuel to get over, you're less likely to have rotors and thermal activity over the mountaintops in the winter time. Okay. Yeah. So, but to do that, if I'm crossing over, I think our tallest peak, was somewhere between 12,000 and 14,000 feet, and I have to clear that by 2,000 feet. So I'm going to have onboard oxygen and stuff like that. So there's some planning required in long hops like that. I know some people that have hopped over Pikes Peak, and also the Sandia Mountains down in Albuquerque.
Well, and one of the pictures I have that, thank you for those of you who texted me and said, no, we couldn't see your pictures, was of a festival. There was like 30 balloons. I thought, I was so proud. I found that picture and I was going to show it off. But that's something that you do quite often, because sometimes we'll see each other and you had just gotten back from some rally. I don't know what you call it.
Typically we call them rallies. Sometimes they're called balloon festivals. It kind of just depends. But I go to a lot of local ones because I work full time. It's hard for me to go to ones that are, 3 days away or something like that. Although I am hopeful to go to Albuquerque again this year, which is a 14-hour drive for us. But Albuquerque is the largest balloon festival in the world. They run about 650 balloons out of there, and it is quite a spectacle. So if you ever get an opportunity to go, you should 100% go. It's amazing.
I've seen a video and pictures of it, and it's eye candy. It's an explosion of color.
It is.
And creativity. Some of these balloons, now your balloon is, what we call
a round balloon. Yeah,
okay.
But they have a lot of different special shapes that are all different characters, and it's amazing, and some of them are very, very large, and
and that the concept is the same with all of them. Now I know that obviously there's helium and other types of balloons, so these events, these festivals, these rallies are hot air balloon specific.
Yeah. Although they do at Albuquerque, they do launch the gas balloon races for the America's Cup Challenge. That's kind of is the first week of October, and so that's a gas balloon race.
Do you ever race?
I have not done a gas balloon race, and gas balloons are very expensive. And that would be sort of like having caviar on a, saltine budget.
Okay. I get it. Yeah, it is, like anything else, though, it is, if you are living it, like if you're into horses or motorcycles or...
Right. There's a lot of people that have that, or they get sponsorships or whatever and have you. So it's not anything that hot air ballooning for me is a way for me to kind of get perspective on my own situation and share my love of flight with other people. So I'm not really into racing so much. I don't need the extra stress of that, or I don't find joy in that as of this moment in time. That may change as I develop my moments. But at this moment in time, what I really love doing is sharing flight with people. This is a bucket list item for a lot of people. And I feel like I am the luckiest gal in the world because I get to help people achieve something on their bucket list. Like, what an amazing gift that is.
It really is. Okay, so I'm really getting down to the end of this. I want one more time. If anybody wants to get a hold of you to charter a flight,
you can find me on Facebook, which is Jenny Rieger. You can find me on Instagram, which is Sheridan Balloon Lady, or you can call my cell at 307-840-6183.
Jenny, thanks for hanging out with me this morning here on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Thanks for having me.
With your buddy Bags. It was wonderful. And I've said it before, I want to bring Deb out and do crew first, and then I'll make a decision. As I mentioned, my newfound fear of heights and ledges, but when you get around it and familiar with it, it kind of lessens the anxiety. So
you will find that, I bet you find that it's not what you thought it was.
You betcha. Well, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, it's 8 o'clock here in the Rocky Mountain West with your buddy Bags, Cowboy State Daily Radio. We got head football coach for the Sheridan Bronx, Coach Jeff Mowry, coming up in the next hour. We got news and weather coming up next. Thanks for tuning in.
I'm Amy It's time Grant, to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, April 4th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core.
You have a ticking time bomb.
The Wyoming Secretary of State's office referred 16 separate election complaints to Wyoming Attorney General Bridget Hill's office for prosecution. But according to results of public records requests provided to politics reporter Leo Wolfson, none of them have been prosecuted. Secretary of State Chuck Gray told Cowboy State Daily that not only has Hill taken no action on any of the complaints, she's also failed to keep him apprised of the status of any of the cases.
The amount of complaints has drastically increased during Secretary of State Chuck Gray's administration. Spoke to Kai Schoen, the former elections director for Wyoming, who preceded Gray's administration, and he said they would typically forward about 5 to 6 complaints on average. Gray has really brought a hardline approach to election reform, believing that the state has many vulnerabilities that need to be closed up, despite there being an extremely low amount of fraud documented in the state.
Hill confirmed to Cowboy State Daily that no charges have been filed in any of these cases, but her office is still actively investigating 8 of them, while also recognizing some of the cases are related to the same topic. Wyoming residents pay less than most Americans for electricity. That's what a Wednesday report from the American Legislative Exchange Council, or ALEC, shows. It declares that Wyoming is home to the lowest power bills in the United States. And the ALEC report is just one of many sources that shows Wyomingites pay less for electricity. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that energy affordability is a topic popular enough to qualify as clickbait on the internet.
One consistent thing in all these different reports is that Wyoming has low per kilowatt rates. And so one report found that we're paying 8.24 cents per kilowatt hour. Another had it around 11 cents. Either way, that's really low based on comparisons to places like Hawaii, where it's 30 and 40 cents per kilowatt hour.
The CashNet USA report found Wyoming households spend around $1,500 on electricity each year. That's $439 less than the national average. Mexican authorities announced last week they're deporting a convicted LSD and marijuana dealer from Wyoming who'd been hiding out in a small town. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 25-year-old Gabriel Rogers was convicted in April 2019 for possessing stolen firearms and conspiring to distribute LSD and marijuana, and was hiding in the Mexican town after evading his U.S.-imposed supervised release.
He was sentenced in early 2019 from 2018 charges where the court documents describe just this rollicking case, like 30-some guns stolen from a pawn shop in Gillette. But then Rogers did his time, and then they said, okay, after this, you need to do 3 years of supervised release. So report to your probation officer when you get out of jail. He gets out in Nebraska, and he does not report. That's December 2022. He vanishes. Next we hear of him, the Mexican media is reporting that an American man was caught in a Mexican town relating to original charges of drug trafficking.
Rogers showed recent addresses in Sundance, Wyoming, and in Rapid City, South Dakota before his 2018 arrest. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, 2 wind farm projects in eastern Wyoming got a green light before the State Board of Land Commissioners on Thursday, but not before tempers flared yet again between Governor Mark Gordon and Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Gordon and Gray were on opposing sides when it came to approving the 2 separate wind farm projects that would lease state land in Converse and Niobrara counties over the course of a 40-year term. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that both wind projects were approved by the board on 4-1 votes, with Gray the only member to vote against both.
Gray basically believes that wind energy is a hoax and predicated on government subsidies, while Governor Mark Gordon has consistently espoused an all-of-the-above energy policy, and he believes that these very large wind farms could have a strong benefit for Converse and Niobrara counties where they will be built.
An executive session was held for about 30 minutes to discuss the issue, where Gray said the board was assured by their legal counsel there were no vulnerabilities in it, but that was a conclusion he disagreed with. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Wyoming will have to endure some pretty chilly winter-like temperatures and conditions today as an area of low pressure comes across the Rockies. There's going to be scattered snow showers, and temperatures will be a good 20 to 25 degrees below average. We're going to see highs in most areas of the state only in the 30s and low 40s today. Scattered snow will be found in the south and parts of the northeast, mainly during the early part of the day and maybe into afternoon. Then skies will clear out tonight, and boy, be ready for a cold night, even though it's April. We're looking at lows tonight down into the teens and lower 20s. The higher valleys in western Wyoming could see single digits. Now, not all bad news. The weather starts to improve Saturday. It's just not going to be very warm Saturday. Most areas warming to the 40s, but it will look and feel more like spring with some sun, some high pressure, and warmer temperatures come Sunday and Monday.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. I'm on every Saturday now. This is my 3rd show, Coach. So
awesome.
There's been a learning curve from old-fashioned, broadcast radio to this digital streaming. Involves computers and so forth, but it's gotten better every week, and now I'm really starting to enjoy it. And here's why. Let me first do a little quick update. We do have a poll question of the day, and that is, and you can text in your answer to 307-278-9598, or you can email it to me at wyomingbags307@gmail.com. And the question is, what do you judge other people on? even though we're not supposed to. That's his job. But we do it. I do it. I mentioned driving. I tend to do that, judging other people by their driving. Jenny, who was just here talking about hot air ballooning, I don't know how much of the show you were able to hear. She said it's the handshake. She judges people. That's so true. I wish I'd have thought of that, because I've been known to do that. And let's slip each other the grip here, because that's what I want.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You don't want the fish.
And then you get the fish thing. I have a friend of mine. I don't think he'll mind me saying his name, because he's famous. His name is Dave Platty, and he used to be the sports athletic. He was the spokesperson for the CU Buffalo sports department, and he had very, very soft hands, and he knew it. He had like a layer. And everybody would say, "Have you ever shaken Dave Platty's hands?" And it is true. He had very, very fluffy handshake, but that was a good one. So if you have one, go ahead and text me. What do you judge other people? Maybe it's fashion. Maybe it's hairstyle or the car they drive. There's so much, but these are the things that we should not be judging people on, but we do. We tend to do that. So. Go ahead and join the program that way if you'd like. But right now, I'm really excited about this. I mentioned just now to Coach that I have a background. My father was a high school football coach and baseball coach in Miami, Miami, Florida, before we moved to Wheatland in 1976. I coached primarily middle school age kids for about 15 years, football, basketball, and baseball in Denver. And, my son played at Green Mountain High School in Denver. He was quarterback he played both ways in 4A football. Yeah, he was defensive back and then the quarterback. He liked defense. He's now a Ranger tabbed airborne commander of a company at Fort Bragg. So he's always like kicking indoors and doing those things. He was the captain of the University of Wyoming rugby team for a while. So he's different from the actor's son, who was on earlier this morning live from Amsterdam, or excuse me, The Hague, the Netherlands. And he's an actor, a musician.
Wow.
He teaches Shakespeare in the Amsterdam school system, and his brother's special forces in the Army. So, yeah, weird household, dude. Weird household to grow up in. So I know your brother Jim.
Yep.
Jim Mallory and I are working together on the board with Sunlight Federal Credit Union. And I told him, I said, listen, I see what they're doing over here. And of course, we live literally across the street from the high school. And so I walk, you're looking, you're thinking that this guy's spying on us. But now that you've met Waylon, my dog, and you see us walking by, and I watch your practices, so I know for sure how hard this is, and how hard you work, and how hard your coaches work, and how hard these kids are working. But did you know that in the last 18 seasons, and that goes back to Coach Julian's run here, also a legendary coach in Wyoming, a record of 174-30 over the past 18 seasons. Good Lord. Have qualified for 17 straight 4A semifinal championship games, 12 4A state championship game appearances, in 18 years.
Yep.
I mean, 6, what happened? We'll have to talk about that class, those classes. No. And then, check this out, in 18 years, 10 state championships, 4 straight. What's the winning streak at now?
Well, I think we're at about 43 right now. Yeah.
43. I was at 43 or 44. I wasn't sure. And that's the longest in Wyoming high school football history, any level.
Yep. We eclipsed that this year, and it was a record. John Detai is another great legendary coach in the state of Wyoming, and in the 60s, the Detai Laramie Plainsman team went on a run of
Detai
34.
Stadium.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And so our guys are incredibly proud this year to be able to break that and kind of continue the tradition that Bronc football's on. And started, like you said, 2007 with Coach Julian. But Sheridan's had a rich football history long before 2007. I think there's 31 state titles in history. So Sheridan's got a rich football tradition, and we got an incredible community that supports football. It's a great place to be and a great place to coach right now.
I have a picture, because I walk by the stadium when you guys are practicing quite often, of you have a an equipment trailer that has all your state championships in Sheridan Bronx football history painted on it. I was going to show it to you. And as my audience has discovered, I pulled up a whole bunch of cool pictures of you coaching and so forth. We rarely miss a home game.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, big struggle to walk,
across the street,
250 yards, if I can find it. But apparently the ones that I've been bringing up on the screen aren't going out. So if you have the technical prowess to help me with that, we can fix that. But anyway, they're great pictures of you and your assistant coaches and the kids and the banners with the state championships. And and then there's that, I took the picture of the trailer that has all when you see it, because the numbers are like 2 inches high or whatever. When you see it all lined out like that, I think there's like 5 lines of state championships. That is so impressive. I don't even know where to start with. How the heck do you do it? How the heck did Don do it? Where is it the water? I mean, I'm thinking Big Goose, Little Goose, the convergence somehow, because the Bighorn Rams pretty dang good too, and so's Tongue River.
Yep.
It's got to be the water.
Yeah, that's what it is. I think. I think one of the biggest things is I mentioned a little bit. The community of Sheridan is an awesome place to be. It's a great place to raise your kids, and we've been fortunate to live here for 18 years and experience the community and what it does for kids. And if there's something that a kid wants or needs, this community will support it. It'll find a way. And so I think that's where it starts. And then our school district. Starting with our superintendents and our administration, they have high expectations, which I think is a really, really good thing. And we believe in our football staff, if you have high expectations, the kids will rise to that. And so our administration has high expectations for us as teachers, us as coaches, and us as a football team. We're expected to do a great job. And so we have those expectations. And then within our team, Coach Julian, in 2007, changed the culture. There'd been 10 losing seasons in a row in Sheridan high school football, and 10 losing seasons, and he came in and changed that culture and brought those high expectations. He had been coaching at the University of Wyoming and in Riverton, where he'd won, and so he came in and changed the culture of those. And when he decided to step down, I was fortunate enough to stay with the program and continue basically what he started. And so really the coaching staff right now is a tremendous group of guys that has continued to benefit from Coach Julian changing that culture. And we have awesome kids. It's in the water. Yes, it's in the community. We have really, really good kids that buy into our program and they buy into what we preach to them. And they go out and do a great job every Friday night or Saturday, depending on the week, but they do a tremendous job on the football field. But they're really, really good kids, and I think that's where it starts with, is you got to have good kids. You can have talented athletes, but if they're not good and they don't buy into the program, then we're not going to have a great team, and that's what we really preach.
The high expectations, Deb and I have noticed, because we live, a lot of the kids that have played for you and go to school live right here on our block, and they have high expectations at the school in general, because we have seen some of the music productions, many of the theater productions, a lot of the other teams in other sports, etc., compete very well or at championship levels sometimes, maybe not at what the football team has done, but there's a high expectation in that school in general. We see it in the other programs.
Yeah, there definitely is. And like I said, it starts with when I came here, it was Craig Doherty, the superintendent. Now it's Scott Stoltz. I think it starts right there with those high expectations, and those trickle down to, our students. And we've got to have those high expectations. And I think that you find that in any business around, you find that in any family. If you see high quality businesses and families, then there's high expectations, and people rise to those high expectations, and they're teenagers. So teenagers do make mistakes. They do dumb things sometimes. And so, we can't blame them for that because I know I did as well.
I got no stones to throw. So
it's exactly right.
I'm not going to.
And so they're learning opportunities, and kids will do dumb things sometimes, and we've got to use those as learning opportunities and continue to help them grow so that they can continue to help people down the road, because that's really what it's about. Is we want to create great people. We want to have a great football team, yes. But in the bigger picture, we want to help create great people that are going to go back and give back to their communities and go do great things in their communities.
When people talk about the culture of a program, maybe explain that with something tangible. What would be that you would recognize as something that is the culture of a team with this kind of winning tradition? What would you...
I think some of the best models of what our culture represents is listening to our young men get interviewed after games, whether it's on the radio or while preps or something like that. And we have some talented kids, and we might have a young man score 3 touchdowns or have 2 interceptions or have big statistics for themselves, and the interviewer will often ask him, how did it feel to make those plays? And the first thing they reference is, it wouldn't have happened without our offensive line blocking, and it wouldn't have happened without our quarterback making the right read and doing this thing. They're very, very selfless in what they say. They're not, and the media is out there. It's hard for a teenager these days to not see selfish images in the media.
Look at me.
Yep. And we really preach with our young men to be selfless, put others first. And you know what? You did make those great catches, but it wouldn't have happened without these other things happening. And so the guys buy into that. And so listening to those interviews, I think, is a great model of, what we preach and what we try to teach our kids is put others first. And when you put others first, good things will happen to you as well. And so those interviews, I could think of a few of them from the state championship or previous games from last year that our young men did a great job of modeling, I think, kind of what the culture of our program is all about.
Well, when I look at the program and the winning streak and so on, does that feel, after reading it off like this and recognizing that we're somewhere 3rd or 4th in the nation with the longest high school football winning streak, does it seem a little bit surreal? I mean, you're the head coach, and nobody in Wyoming history has put together a winning streak like this. Is there pressure that comes with it? I bet.
Well, sure. There's pressure. There's pressure to win and shared. I remember going to lunch with the old quarterback club here in town, and it's a bunch of gentlemen that have played football throughout Bronc history, and some of them were pushing 100, some of them were in their 70s and going there. And I remember them, welcoming me as the head coach and saying at the end of it, but we want to see you win. And that's a true thing. But I don't, it's not about the winning. And I think if you focus on the winning or the streak, and if you focus on the product of things, it would be overwhelming. But, for us, it's about, in our program, we talk about it as a coaching staff, it's about helping parents and helping the school create great young men. And we try to do it through the great game of football. And if we lose a game, that's okay. That's part of the process. Sometimes our best learning opportunities come from that losing process. And so, we don't like to lose. We're competitive, and there is pressure, but we really try to focus on just doing the right thing every single day. And if you think about the wins, or you think about the streak or something like that, it would become pretty, I think it would, for the kids, be pretty a pressure situation. But we really try to focus on just do your job every single play, and in the end, we'll look at the scoreboard and see what happens. And you hear lots of different things. You don't talk about the streak. You see pitchers in the major leagues that it's in the 8th inning without a no-hitter and nobody's talking to him on the bench, and we avoid that. We talk about it. We say it's okay. You're going to feel pressure, and here's how you handle that pressure. And so it's high school football. We have a lot of fun. We have great kids, and we have a great atmosphere on Friday nights, and we really try to make it a great experience for our kids because, if you played high school football, I hope that you have fond memories of it like I did, and that's what we're trying to create for our kids is great memories.
We have Coach Jeff Mowry, head coach of the Sheridan Broncs football team here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily goes everywhere. Anywhere there's Wi-Fi, 90,000 plus subscribers to the newsletter. Don't know how many are listening here on Saturday morning. Show's kind of new. But, hey, you're welcome to text in. If you have a question for Coach Mowry, I put it up there on the screen if you can see it, but if you're just listening, it's 307-278-9598. And if you want to text a question in, I'll run it by the coach. Let me see. I got one coming in here. Let's see. I don't know. Okay. Well, but I'll check here. So go ahead and text if you want to join. And you can always email me, too, at wyomingbags307@gmail.com. It is 8:22. We started at 6 this morning. You can tell by my voice. I'm a little out of practice and out of shape, even voice-wise. It's 8:22. It's about 26 degrees now here in Sheridan under sunny skies. I'll check the statewide stuff, but I want to talk football with the coach first, Coach Jeff Mowry. And let's take a commercial break, too. We'll catch our breath, maybe get you a cup of coffee and some of Deb's cake. It's good stuff. Trust me on that. All right, we'll be back here in just a few minutes with Coach Jeff Mowry on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. Daily features include our popular sunrise photo of the day, our daily Darwin, Same Guys Dancing, and more. You'll enjoy our regular Wyoming life features, daily video newscasts and podcasts, and frequent opinion pieces from a carefully curated collection of the state's finest columnists. All of this in addition to the core mission, providing statewide news coverage in a clear, plain manner with up-to-the-minute breaking news when and where it happens. Cowboy State Daily's collective of reporters, photographers, videographers, and editors are dedicated to quality, unbiased daily journalism here in Wyoming. Find out why Cowboy State Daily is considered Wyoming's largest and most experienced newsroom. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
I got your face covered up here, Jeff, with the call-in or text line, 307-278-9598. I'm going to get rid of that. There we go. See, some of this stuff, I got it going. All right, this is a pleasure, and this is a treat for me, being a football fan. And I once told somebody, and some of my friends that are listening will vouch for me, that I would watch two old ladies play ping pong if it was competitive. And I have coached everything from 5-year-old soccer to the highest I've got 8th grade. I coached a lot of 8th grade football, basketball, and baseball teams and sent them off to the high schools. And, we had to coordinate offenses and so forth. And I loved it. It's a passion. I actually still have a lot of those kids that I've coached, and this is something for you to know for sure. For the rest, I'll be 64 next week. I still have relationships with many of the kids that I coached, when they were in junior high school.
Yep.
It's just incredible, those relationships. I was going to start with another question, but I kind of did a segue accidentally. The relationships that you and your other coaches have with these kids. Yep. Tell our viewers, our listeners, what that's like.
That's, I think, the biggest benefit of coaching is, sure, wins are great and things like that, but the relationships you get to build with your colleagues, your assistant coaches and your coaching staff, and the relationships you get to build with the players are second to none. You build lifelong friends. And the coaching staff for Sheridan went to a couple coaching clinics last weekend in Montana, went to Montana State and then to Butte, Montana, where they had a coaching clinic at Montana Tech. And, East Helena High School, a new high school in Montana, was there. And one of their coaches played for us in state championships. And so we were there and got to catch up with him and just a great network of, Wyoming's a small town anyway. And you coach in a place like I have for 18 years, and you coach, a new group of kids every single year. You have a lot of relationships. And so that's an awesome thing. We have two coaches on our coaching staff that were former players for us. And so to see them come back and take pride in the program that they were a part of is really, really neat. And, you get invited to weddings and things like that are really, really exciting, and you get to share in those moments with some of them. But then sometimes they call you with some tough things too. Yeah. And, their parents are going through cancer, they're going through a divorce, or there's lots of things you get to, go alongside with those young men with. And I think that's a really, really great benefit of coaching. It's definitely not for the money. It's for things like that you continue to coach.
Well, you'll see. You've touched a lot of lives, and you'll be rewarded for that. I promise you. That's been my experience. And some of these kids, like I'm one of the kids that I coached in football and basketball, I'm the godfather of his daughter. Mm-hmm. And she's part of our life on a regular basis. And just the bonus of, doing life with young people. And that energy keeps you young too. So that's a good thing as well. I was going to ask you about this every year, it seems. Now, I've been back. I left Sheridan in 84 and moved back in 2019, right before the COVID hit. So I've been back a little over 5 years. But even because my folks live here and family and friends and so forth, and we come up all the time. We've got a cabin up in the hills. So we were coming up here quite a bit, but primarily just going right to the mountains. Uh-huh. But we were getting the feedback about the competitive nature of this football program. And it seems like every year somebody rises up to superstar status. Completely get it. He ain't going nowhere if there's not a hole to run through, and he ain't passing it. He ain't get any passing yards if he doesn't have a pocket to throw from, et cetera, et cetera. And people who know the game of football absolutely understand that. And yet, it seems like every year, at least one, sometimes two or three that really rise to the occasion. Maybe you can talk about some of those kids who we know have gone on to play some college football, and do you keep in touch with, and you can mention the names?
Sure. Yeah. Just a block to the east here of where you live is a young man that was one of our great football players named Parker Christensen. He played running back and linebacker for us in the Bronx, and won 2 state championships with him on the team as a starter, as a sophomore and a junior, and we weren't able to finish it. He played in the state championship his senior year, and that was my first year as head coach. And if I had to go back, I'd give him the ball 40 times instead of 25 times. Tremendous player. He went on to the University of Wyoming and played tight end for them and had a very good career.
I remember the name.
Unfortunately, had a back injury that kind of set him back, but had a great career there. And I think some of my favorite memories of Parker after high school is, my son and I were going to be in Laramie, had the opportunity to be in Laramie for a game. So I just shot him a text, hey, any chance you got any extra tickets here? And, here comes tickets. And then not only that, but he takes my son and gets pictures with the rest of the team and things like that. And so great young man that continues and will continue to give back wherever he ends up. He and his twin sister went down there to Laramie. She was on the track team and he played football.
Good DNA running through that.
Absolutely.
Family.
Absolutely. We went to a coaching clinic in Bozeman. Well, we have 3 Sheridan Broncs that are on Montana State's team that played in a national championship a year ago, and in Brock Steele, Dane Steele, and Colson Kuhn, and those 3 young men were awesome football players for us. And Brock unfortunately suffered an ACL injury this fall, but also won his senior year, and he was unable to participate his senior year. And one of my favorite things about Brock was he was going to be a stud for us as a senior. He played a lot of football as a sophomore and a junior, and was going to be one of those guys that would be a game changer for us. And he tore his ACL being on a recruiting trip at Bozeman. And you know what? He took that injury in stride, and he became the signal guy on the sidelines, and he became a second coach for us another coach for us on the sideline. And so, he would give better motivational speeches than any of our coaching staff. Oftentimes, Brock would be in there letting the team have a few words, and coaches wouldn't have to say anything because we say, well, Brock covered it all. And so, we've had some awesome players, and
he could end up being a coach, head coach somewhere.
Yeah, I think he definitely could be. He knows the game, and unfortunately, he's had those injuries with those knees, but knows the game very well. And I think through those injuries, has actually learned the game better than a lot of us would have just playing the game. And so those are some of them that come to mind. We've had some really good players, and we've been fortunate enough to play against some very good players. Logan Wilson, everybody knows Logan Wilson. He was a Natrona County player. I believe it was 2014 was his senior season, and we unfortunately had to play them twice, and they shut us out both times. And I don't know if we crossed the 50-yard line. Their defense was so good that year. Yeah. He played cornerback in high school, a cornerback and receiver. And then went on to University of Wyoming, put on some weight, moved to linebacker. But he was a corner, and as you could imagine, was a very good corner. The year before he graduated, Natrona County had a defensive lineman that went on to play football at I believe it was Florida on a full ride scholarship, and then was drafted in the first round to play defensive line in the NFL. And so Casper Natrona's had some phenomenal football players that have played, and then Laramie High School had the offensive lineman that went on to the University of Wyoming and now is playing for the Denver Broncos. And so we've had some great experiences against playing against great players in the state of Wyoming too. So Wyoming has some phenomenal athletes and some good football programs, and it's been fun to experience that with our guys.
All of us, we want more and more of our kids to stay here, and I think especially programs like Sheridan got to be getting attention of the coaches and so forth in Laramie for the University of Wyoming. Obviously, up north of us, they have. I guarantee they got people doing regular trips down to Sheridan for home games.
Yep. And Coach Savell, head coach at the University of Wyoming right now, has been up a couple times. We have one young man from Sheridan down there right now. He's a redshirt freshman, Alex Haswell. He's playing interior defensive line, and he left our program at about 6'5", 230, and he now is weighing in at 6'5", 280, playing defensive line, and they've got him bigger and stronger.
The old training table works wonders.
And I have full belief that he's going to be an impact player for the Cowboys, and so you'll be able to see Alex Haswell, and Coach Savell comes up and has taken a look at some of our other players, and Beck Haswell is Alex's little brother. He's going to be a senior this year. He's a guy that has potential to play. Not quite as big, but plays a little different position. He plays more of a tight end and a defensive end, whereas Alex was a tackle and a defensive lineman for us. So he's a very good player also. And, we've got some good players with potential to go on. And, one day we'll get that NFL player, one day maybe, and maybe not. And that's okay too. The great part about high school football is you don't have to be an NFL player or a Division I player to be a huge impact player. We in 2009 was the first state championship since 95 in Sheridan, and our starting center weighed 140 pounds. He wrestled 140 that year. Jeez. And so, you can be a great high school football player and have a great role on a team and a very important role on a team and not necessarily go on to the next level. His next level was riding broncs.
Coach, I got a question for you. How bad does Cheyenne East hate us, the Bronx?
Yeah. We talk about what it's like to play us with our team quite a bit. And in my vision, I'd never want a team to hate us. They might dislike us because we beat them all the time, but we should play in a way that we have high character. And if we go out and kick their butt, they should say, you know what, they kicked our butt, but man, those are really nice guys and they do things right. There's always those teams that they might beat you and then you hate them because the way they handle their win or the way they handle their victories and things like that. And we don't want to be that team. That being said, I'm pretty sure there are people in Cheyenne that would love to put it to us a little bit. And, they have an awesome coach. I'm good friends with him, and Coach Goff does a tremendous job with their program. And I would put my own son, who's coming into high school, into that program for sure, because he does a tremendous job. And, they've been in 3 state championships just like us. And unfortunately they've come out for them on the other end of things. And, but you know what? He's going to put his best foot forward again this year, and they'll probably have a very good team again this year. And so, you want to play the best, and we've been playing the best. There's no doubt.
We'll do our last commercial break here, and when we get back, I want to talk a little bit about, without giving anything away, a little bit about your strategy and game plan and what makes it work. Mm-hmm. Although I have seen it adjusted based on where the talent is. Mm-hmm. So I've noticed that. Absolutely. So let me do this break here. It is 8:39 here in Sheridan, Wyoming. It's your buddy Bags hosting head football coach for the Sheridan Broncs, Jeff Mowry. We're talking football this hour. So come back and join us. And again, if you have want to text in, I did get a text from somebody else who has what my poll question of the day is, what do you judge other people on? We should not do that, but we tend to do it. And it was a good one. The text said grammar.
Yes. I think my wife judges me on mine sometimes, especially my writing.
I hear it too, man, because that's very casual and a lot of slang in here. And every now and then I get corrected on that. So that's a good one. Grammar. I chose driving.
Yeah.
That was my issue. And then we discovered Ginny's was, Ginny Rieger was here last hour. She's a hot air balloonist here in town. You've seen her balloon many times. Do you know Ginny?
Yep.
Okay. You met her in my living room.
Yeah, that's right.
And she every time I see her, I know it's going to be a beautiful day.
Yes.
Because she doesn't go up in crappy weather, that's for sure. All right, let's do a quick break here. We'll be back on Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 8:40 on a Saturday.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming will have to endure some pretty chilly winter-like temperatures and conditions today as an area of low pressure comes across the Rockies. There's going to be scattered snow showers, and temperatures will be a good 20 to 25 degrees below average. We're going to see highs in most areas of the state only in the 30s and low 40s today. Scattered snow will be found in the south and parts of the northeast, mainly during the early part of the day and maybe into afternoon. Then skies will clear out tonight, and boy, be ready for a cold night, even though it's April. We're looking at lows tonight down into the teens and lower 20s. The higher valleys in western Wyoming could see single digits. Now, not all bad news. The weather starts to improve Saturday. It's just not going to be very warm Saturday. Most areas warming to the 40s, but it will look and feel more like spring with some sun, some high pressure, and warmer temperatures come Sunday and Monday.
Cowboy State Radio, the Saturday version, Cowboy State Daily Radio. You can reach us here anytime. I'll put up on the screen for you. What the heck? Right there. There you go. Call or text 307-278-9598. If you've got a question for head coach of the Sheridan Bronx high school football team on a 43-game winning streak, and four straight state championship victories. And I'll do one more here because it's impressive. 10 state championships in the last 18 years, 18 seasons. Fantastic. Such an awesome program going on with there. We'll talk more about it here, and I'll get this off of your face, the splash, the text. So, okay, so weather-wise here in Sheridan, it's 26 degrees, sunny skies. It's sunny all over the state. So, and another one that's sunny, 25 in Riverton, and we've got a mutual friend. I hope somebody in Riverton's listening. I hope Randy is. But we know a mutual friend, Randy Weber, who coached in Riverton. He was in my wedding. I consider him one of my best friends. And we did a bachelor party road trip when I got married. From Wyoming because Deb lived in the Cincinnati, Dayton, Ohio area, and we got married there. So I drove from, at the time, I was in Cheyenne, in a van. It was Randy's van. So with there was 5 of us. So 5 Wyoming guys, and we hit baseball stadiums on the way. So we hit Kansas City, we hit Chicago, we hit Cincinnati, and went to ball games in all these places, and we called it the Bachelor Party Road Trip.
I'll bet that was a lot of fun.
And it was Randy Weber he's in Riverton right now, him and Nancy. And so Randy, and you know his little brother Marty.
Yep.
Yeah, both from Wheatland, by the way.
Yep. Yeah. Mr. Weber both Mr. Webers were teachers and coaches of mine for a long time. And we mentioned Coach Julian. Coach Don Julian was in Riverton at the time in the 90s and was the head football coach. And Randy Weber was the defensive coordinator. So he called those defenses when I was in high school. And, he married Nancy, whose first husband passed away from brain cancer. And her son, Eric, was in my class. And so Eric was in our class, and great young man, we're not young anymore, but great guy. And so, yeah, we've known them for a long, long time. My mom then taught with them at the middle school in Riverton and then became the principal there. And so both Randy and Marty worked there at the middle school. And so we've known them for a long time. Good people.
Yes, absolutely. And I love, Randy and I go way back, a lot of adventures and misbehaviors, but we've both grown up and out of that. Wink at Coach. But, miss them dearly. It's time to take a road trip over the mountain, check out Randy Weber and Nancy and do a visit. Before we went to the break, again, one of the things that I'm impressed with is, when you got a Dane Steele or one of the Kuhn brothers, mm-hmm. If you have them in the tailback position, you're going to run the ball, right? That's going to be in there. And then it reminds me, here's what you remind me of. I'm trying to explain myself better. One of the reasons I think that Don Shula was one of the greatest NFL coaches of all time, or just coaches of all time, was because when he had Larry Zonka, Jim Kick, Mercury Moore, they had the greatest running team in football and historically in that era. So you're talking about the late 60s into the early to mid 70s, great running teams. Okay, Bob Greasy, good field general, could run things well, and but he wasn't big, he wasn't strong, didn't have a really strong arm, but he could get the ball to that running game. Okay, so then along comes Dan Marino. The Miami Dolphins become the greatest passing team of all time. Same head coach, totally different strategy. So I think I see some of that with your style and your coach's style when you evaluate who you have on the roster this year.
Yeah, we appreciate that. We're definitely not Don Shula's, but I think our coaching staff does a tremendous job of adapting to our team. And we're not a college or we're not an NFL team where we can recruit the guys that fit our system. We believe that our system needs to adjust to the team that we have, and sometimes we have big, strong offensive linemen, and our run game's going to be strong. And sometimes we have that running back that we've just got to find ways to get in the ball. Other times it's the receiver or the quarterback. And then there's been other years where we're not great on offense and we've got to play field position game and rely on our strong defense. And so our staff, I think, does a tremendous job of identifying where are we strong and how do we highlight that, because it's high school football. You're not going to be able to say, here's the system that we run, and we're going to continue to do this great. We've got to adjust every single year, and our coaching staff does a great job of finding where our strengths are. And then I think secondly is, you might have a great running back year in, year out, and then all of a sudden you don't the next year. And if that running back who is your running back doesn't believe in the system and why you're adjusting, then you're going to have issues. And I think our staff does a great job of selling our team, this year we're going to be different, and we've got to highlight our strengths and getting people to buy in. That's sometimes I think most challenging part. We every year it seems like move a running back, maybe a sophomore, junior, or senior to the offensive line because we need help at the offensive line, and our guys do that because they want to win as a team. And I think that speaks loudly to our coaching staff and the assistant coaches that we have that do a tremendous job of building that team first.
Where do you think we're headed with the upcoming season? So when do you guys start?
So
we got spring ball coming up here
yep,
soon.
We, after spring break, which we just had a couple weeks ago, we start doing a few things in the morning. It's kind of like open gym for basketball.
Rap in the morning.
Yeah,
oh,
except for we're not
right.
outside yet.
Okay.
We go inside from 7:30 to 8, and we let the kids throw the ball around a little bit. It's not a formal practice by any means because we're limited by the state on how many formal practices we can have. But it's like an open gym. It's optional. Kids come in and they throw the ball around, but then our offensive and defensive linemen work hands and feet. And so we do that about 3 times a week in the mornings right now. And we start working with our seniors. We make them read a book. We do a book study with our seniors, and we do that during lunch, and we meet with them once a week and talk about, this is your last year in the program, and how do you leave a positive mark on this program? And we oftentimes tell kids to be a good leader. And you always hear that. You got to be a leader. And we as a staff don't believe that we can tell them to be a leader unless we show them what that looks like. And so we talk to them about what leadership looks like and what it means to be a good role model and make an impact on the program. And so throughout the spring, we talk to our seniors about that. We don't talk football. We talk about what does it mean to be a good person. Yeah. And then the summer comes around, and in June, we'll have our own camp here and start practicing formally, and then hit the weight room hard throughout the summer. And then August 12th will be here before you know it.
Man, I'm really impressed. The reading thing, I was very, with the middle school age kids that I coached in Denver, when I'd get a kid that was struggling in school, a lot of times at that age, parents would use football or sports as punishment. So the kid's not doing well in school, and he or she would yank him out off the team and not let him come to practice and so on. And I was discouraging that, trying to explain the team concept and so forth. But I wanted them to know that I was on board with them in their education. So I had what we called at practice, we had the homework tree. Mm-hmm. So when they were doing all the crappy stuff, Junior was there doing bear crawls and wind sprints and that stuff. And then when it was time to scrimmage, he had to go sit under the homework tree and do his homework. And I would have many times, you want to see a kid's face just fall. I would have the teacher of the class where he was struggling or not showing up or being disruptive or worse. In some of those inner city, most of the teams I coached were PAL and inner city schools. And in some cases, they would get in some serious trouble. You should see their faces when their teacher is walking up, across the 50-yard line to the homework tree. And so I would communicate with the parents and the teachers when that happened, so that the kid would not fall so far behind the team that there was no coming back, that he was never going to be able to catch up. So hearing you say that's a priority. A lot of people don't know that. People that aren't fans don't know, Coach, that you are working side by side with these teachers, because the priority is to make good young men out of them first.
Yeah, absolutely. Football will only take you so far. The game will quit all of us. All of us that played football, we wish we could have continued somehow, some way, and they're going to have to find something else. And a lot of that falls back on their education, their work ethic, how they treat people. And so that's got to be a priority for us. And like you just said, we've got to use football as an avenue to help teach them that. And I love the idea of a football tree, and we have the same thing.
Homework tree,
yeah. We have the same idea. We talk about grades every single week with some of them, and we have different teachers on our staff, math or history or English, and we have people that we'll set them up with and make sure they're taking care of their schoolwork. And you're right, we've got to use football. They won't miss football. And they're going to do my homework, my reading assignment. Some parents will tell me that's the only book I think they read in high school was the one they assigned to them in football. And so if we can help in some way, that's what we want to do is help them be better students, better people. And football is just a great avenue for that. And the kids get to have a lot of fun playing football, but they start to understand the importance of the other things.
So the coaches at East and the Plainsmen and others have pooled their resources to have me ask this question. Is just, so what's it look like strategy wise? Are we going to be a running team, a passing team, a defensive team? What do you got there in in the queue, Coach.
Yeah, we graduated a bunch of good players, I think last year might have been one of our most balanced teams offensively and defensively. We didn't have a guy that we gave the ball to 30 times a game, and so with that, you're not just graduating a couple good players. We graduated an awesome senior class, and so this incoming senior class has big shoes to fill. But it looks like we're going to have 23, 24, and possibly 25 seniors out, which is a great group. And they have some good experience from a year ago. And so we're pretty experienced. That being said, we're going to be raw at some positions. The first one that comes to mind is quarterback. We have, Ty Gilbertson had grown up in our program and played a quarterback for us a year ago, was an awesome quarterback. And this year we're going to have two seniors battling it out for that spot. And neither of them have much varsity experience at quarterback. And so our trigger man in our offense is very critical for us. We ask them to sometimes read three things when they're going on the line of scrimmage. And so which guy to give it to, they have options every single time. So we've got to grow the quarterback position for sure. We would love to run the ball every single play, to be honest with you. It's a lot easier to do. There's a lot less to it. But we've got some skills on the edges with Breck Reed and Beck Haswell that played a ton of football last year. And so we've got to find ways to get them the ball. And I don't know if that'll be through the air, or maybe we'll have to put them in the backfield. I think a lot of it will depend on how our quarterback continues to grow. And then we've got to fill some holes on the offensive line. We had some key seniors graduate, and
big boys.
Yep, some big boys. And so we've got to get some guys in the weight room and build some depth. We've had a couple knee surgeries, unfortunately, in the offseason on some linemen. And so we've got to build some depth in the offensive line, and you can never have enough linemen. I'd love to have 25 of them.
That's my background primarily was I did get to tight end, but back in the days when I was playing tight end, they never threw the ball to the tight end. You were just a big glorified tackle.
Yep, we call those the left tackles.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, listen, Coach, I'm running out of time here. I could do this all day. I mentioned it before, and I don't want to belabor the point of how impressive this is. I pay attention, and so do a lot of other people, and I also know how difficult it is to maintain that level of excellence that you guys have done over there. And as I mentioned before, I know when you're out there because I can hear the music, and we already talked about some of the music I don't like, and some I do. And some I recognize from when I was in high school. They play some AC/DC out there, and the whole neighborhood rocks. Some of the other stuff, not so much.
I'm with you. I think we could have more Metallica and things like that.
Yes. All right. Well, God bless you, and thanks for coming on this morning. Really appreciate it, and I'm not surprised with your character and that of some of your other coaches that Sheridan Broncs are they are the elite of football here in the state of Wyoming. So you take care. Thanks for joining me. I got a stand-up comedian, Ryan Legler, coming in next hour. So as the Saturday show goes, as I've told everybody, we lighten it up on Saturday. It's not like the weekday with news and politics and everything else. We'll cover those when they're the elephant in the room and we can't avoid it. But we want sports, music, events.
Love it.
That's the format, and you fit right in. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You have a wonderful day. Thanks for tuning in. Cowboy State Daily Radio. We'll be back after the news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, April 4th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. In 2024, the Wyoming Secretary of State's office referred 16 separate election complaints to Wyoming Attorney General Bridget Hill's office for prosecution. But according to results of public records requests provided to politics reporter Leo Wolfson, none of them have been prosecuted. Secretary of State Chuck Gray told Cowboy State Daily that not only has Hill taken no action on any of the complaints, she's also failed to keep him apprised of the status of any of the cases.
The amount of complaints has drastically increased during Secretary of State Chuck Gray's administration. Spoke to Kai Schoen, the former elections director for Wyoming, who preceded Gray's administration, and he said they would typically forward about 5 to 6 complaints on average. Gray has really brought a hardline approach to election reform, believing that the state has many vulnerabilities that need to be closed up, despite there being an extremely low amount of fraud documented in the state.
Hill confirmed to Cowboy State Daily that no charges have been filed in any of these cases, but her office office is still actively investigating 8 of them, while also recognizing some of the cases are related to the same topic. Wyoming residents pay less than most Americans for electricity. That's what a Wednesday report from the American Legislative Exchange Council, or ALEC, shows. It declares that Wyoming is home to the lowest power bills in the United States. And the ALEC report is just one of many sources that shows Wyomingites pay less for electricity. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that energy affordability is a topic popular enough to qualify as clickbait on the internet.
One consistent thing in all these different reports is that Wyoming has low per kilowatt rates. And so one report found that we're paying 8.24 cents per kilowatt hour. Another had it around 11 cents. Either way, that's really low based on comparisons to places like Hawaii, where it's 30 and 40 cents per kilowatt hour.
The CashNet USA report found Wyoming households spend around $1,500 on electricity each year. That's $439 less than the national average. Mexican authorities announced last week they're deporting a convicted LSD and marijuana dealer from Wyoming who'd been hiding out in a small town. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 25-year-old Gabriel Rogers was convicted in April 2019 for possessing stolen firearms and conspiring to distribute LSD and marijuana, and was hiding in the Mexican town after evading his U.S.-imposed supervised release.
He was sentenced in early 2019 from 2018 charges where the court documents describe just this rollicking case, like 30-some guns stolen from a pawn shop in Gillette. But then Rogers did his time, and then they said, okay, after this, you need to do 3 years of supervised release. So report to your probation officer when you get out of jail. He gets out in Nebraska, and he does not report. That's December 2022. He vanishes. Next we hear of him, the Mexican media is reporting that an American man was caught in a Mexican town relating to original charges of drug trafficking.
Rogers showed recent addresses in Sundance, Wyoming, and in Rapid City, South Dakota before his 2018 arrest. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, 2 wind farm projects in eastern Wyoming got a green light before the State Board of Land Commissioners on Thursday, but not before tempers flared yet again between Governor Mark Gordon and Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Gordon and Gray were on opposing sides when it came to approving the 2 separate wind farm projects that would lease state land in Converse and Niobrara counties over the course of a 40-year term. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that both wind projects were approved by the board on 4-1 votes, with Gray the only member to vote against both.
Gray basically believes that wind energy is a hoax and predicated on government subsidies, while Governor Mark Gordon has consistently espoused an all-of-the-above energy policy, and he believes that these very large wind farms could have a strong benefit for Converse and Niobrara counties where they will be built.
An executive session was held for about 30 minutes to discuss the issue, where Gray said the board was assured by their legal counsel there were no vulnerabilities in it, but that was a conclusion he disagreed with. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
Well, hopefully Ryan's on his way. Ryan Legler was going to be in here, stand-up comedian here in town. Something's probably come up. We'll get him on here at some point, though. If he shows up, we will talk about living in Wyoming from a comedian's perspective. It is 9:07 on a Saturday. It's your buddy Bags. I'm on from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every Saturday now here on Cowboy State Daily. I do have a call-in line and a text-in line at 307-278-9598. So if you have any questions or comments or whatever, you're welcome to text those in. And I also have that email address dedicated to Cowboy State Daily Radio's Saturday show, and that's wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Wyoming Bags has 2 G's and an S, 307@gmail.com. Want to hear what you think, maybe some topic ideas, so forth. We're doing a poll question of the day every Saturday. We'll start in a 6 a.m. hour, and the end of it will accumulate what the top polling question is or answer is. And the question today was, what do you judge other people on? I know we're not supposed to do that. The good book says that's his job upstairs, not ours, but we tend to do that. And I confessed early on that mine was driving. And I think that comes from my background, as I've explained before, is a big chunk of Denver radio, 32 years in Denver. And I had a brutal commute. At one time, the Clear Channel iHeart J-Core studios were in downtown Denver, and we lived in West Denver, in the burbs west of town. And it was pretty much a straight shot down 6th Avenue into downtown Auraria Parkway to the 14th and Lawrence Street radio station. It was KOA and 103.5 The Fox at the time originally, and then it just expanded. Then Clear Channel took over, and then iHeartMedia eventually. But when that happened, the operation moved from downtown Denver into the Tech Center. So anybody familiar with the Tech Center, and we lived in West Lakewood, so between like Wadsworth and Kipling, in that area. And my commute went from maybe 20 minutes a day to downtown Denver to a minimum of 40 minutes. And then if the snows hit or there was an accident along the way, I mean, I had like 5 or 6 different routes just based on traffic. So 850 KOA, where I worked for many, many years, had a helicopter. And I'd tune in and I'd catch the helicopter report on where the traffic issues were, and I try to do it. But of course, somebody has a wreck, later on, and it didn't get covered in the traffic break, and there you sat. So it could take me as much on a bad weather day or accident on my route, as much as an hour and 15 to hour and a half of driving, and that's one way. So you combine all that, and you were looking at, plus I did business downtown or somewhere else, so I'd be back on the road in the middle of the day. And so at a minimum of 2.5 hours in traffic in Denver. I had people pull a gun on me twice total. I had almost got creamed by a cement mixer who almost flipped over just trying to avoid me. But for the grace of God go I, managed to survive all that. But so in there, I became very, very critical of driving. In fact, I will confess this to you, I have to others. This is how far I would, say my prayers, daily prayers on the commute. It would take, say 45 minutes. I would say 45 minutes of prayers. 50 minutes of prayer on my way. And one day I was in the middle of my prayers, and somebody cut me off, and I paused in my prayers and flipped the guy off. That's ill. So I needed therapy for real. And that's when I knew it was time to leave Denver. That day I came home, and this is probably 8-9 years ago now. And I told Deb that I'm losing my mind, my wife, and that we had to come home to Sheridan that day when I knew that it was out of control. So when I picked for my topic that I tend to judge people on, it is driving. So here in Sheridan, the other day, I was at the it's the Laux and Brook Street intersection there, at that four-way, and I was the last one to pull up. So there was all three of us were basically there at the same time, but I was the last one to pull up. And there was a woman to my right who she got there before me. In fact, she got there before everybody, but she was waving everybody through, just being kind. And meanwhile, there's cars backing up behind her that she probably didn't see. And I had that moment of, come on, geez, it's your turn, you've got the right of way, etc. And I had to stop myself. And I chuckled as I'm pulling away, because all of that took probably 40 seconds total. And here I am getting annoyed by it. And I get further down the road, and I get up past Little Goose, and there's turkeys crossing the road. I took pictures of the turkeys so I could send them to my friends who I knew were stuck in Denver traffic. And it calmed me down. Seeing those turkeys, and about 4 or 5 of vehicles stop behind them as they cross, taking their sweet turkey time crossing the road. And it made me think again why I moved back to Wyoming, why I moved back home to Sheridan. Part of the reason, and that is just the lifestyle's a little bit slower, and I just shouldn't be so judgmental about it. But then I had some other folks that texted in. One of them I could really understand, because I get a hard time from my wife on this, and it is grammar. So that's something that some people, probably a lot of people, judge somebody on is grammar. I call them the grammar police, because as you can tell by listening to me, I am very informal when it comes to doing talk radio, right? I mean, it's by design, it's a chit chat, and it's not a newscast, and it certainly isn't an encyclopedia. So you're going to get Bags-isms that don't make sense and are bad grammar. And that's just who I am. But I do like to talk, but I don't use good grammar. So I bet you that's something that you've run into as well. Again, if you have a pet peeve, more or less, or you tend to judge others based on, 307-278-9598 is our text and call-in line. Or you can email wyomingbags307@gmail.com. So then another one was, and this was from Ginny. She was my 7 o'clock hour guest. Ginny is the woman who pilots the hot air balloon around town. You see that psychedelic, what did she call it? I should have wrote it down. It's like the third time I forgot the name of the balloon, but it's, beautiful yellow, orange, psychedelic balloon. You know it's going to be a good day and the weather's fine. You walk outside here in Sheridan, Wyoming, with the face of the Bighorn Mountains in the backdrop, and there's Ginny and her balloon. And it's just beautiful, and, I wave. Who knows if she can see me, and many times I'll take a picture and I'll send it to her. But she was my 7 o'clock hour guest, and she described how she got into it. She talked about some of the adventures. She talked about some of the crazy and things that have happened. Like this one woman got sick, like, I don't want to gross you out, but emptied her bowels in the basket. And, can you imagine, with other people, with strangers in there, because there was probably 4 or 5 people, and at least 3 of them she didn't know. What a nightmare. But imagine that, being up 4,000 or 5,000 feet in the air, and suddenly nature hits you hard. That story, her, the thing that she judges people on, Jenny said, and it was a good one, was a handshake. Yeah, I mean, it's, especially women, I think everybody, not everybody, but some people and men think that to shake a woman's hand, you should just kind of dangle your limp little hand out there and, like this, and she doesn't like it. And I absolutely, because sometimes there's people that do that with men and with me. I've had that experience, just kind of, that was soft and fluffy, and the fact that you're thinking about it after it's over with means that there was something, wrong about the handshake. So that was also a very good, something that you would judge folks on. Shouldn't do it. I mean, there's others that judge based on fashion, the clothes they wear. I'm always very skeptical because I know some, real cowboys, whenever I see somebody, usually in the big city that's got a big old belt buckle on, I tend to make because I would never, ever dare to wear a big belt buckle because I'm afraid some of my buddies here in Sheridan and Wheatland and other places would just smack the crap out of me because they're trophies and you earn them. But people do wear them in fashion, and I tend to judge based on that and other, some of the hairdos. Somebody wrote in and said that they judge based on the clothes style. So make an impression on somebody. You walk up, and you think that they've not chosen well their wardrobe for the day. So, yeah. So anyway, those, if you feel like texting in and let me know what your pet peeves are, go ahead and do that at 307-278-9598. It is 9:20 and it's your buddy Bags. My real name is John Baggett, and I host the Saturday show from 6A to 10A. And I will be doing this for as long as you guys want me, and we'll listen. And do me a favor and share the link. So the Cowboy State Daily newsletter, if you get it, send that to somebody and let them know that there's a drop down there at the top that says radio. And normally on a weekday, you're going to catch Jake Nichols. Jake's been on vacation now here for a couple weeks. If he, we're going to be able to see him, and if he's going to be tan and, looking like he's been on 2 weeks of vacation, I don't know if I'm going to be anything but annoyed. But anyway, Jake is the normal 6A to 10A guy during the week, and then your buddy Bags on Saturday. Okay, let's do a weather, and we'll come back and maybe some commercial spots, and then we'll have some more talk. I've got kind of switching gears here with a sad story. A University of Wyoming alum died Thursday night during a professional bull riding event in Texas after a bull stepped on him. So I'll tell you about that story coming up here in a little bit. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Wyoming will have to endure some pretty chilly winter-like temperatures and conditions today as an area of low pressure comes across the Rockies. There's going to be scattered snow showers, and temperatures will be a good 20 to 25 degrees below average. We're going to see highs in most areas of the state only in the 30s and low 40s today. Scattered snow will be found in the south and parts of the northeast, mainly during the early part of the day and maybe into afternoon. Then skies will clear out tonight, and boy, be ready for a cold night, even though it's April. We're looking at lows tonight down into the teens and lower 20s. The higher valleys in western Wyoming could see single digits. Now, not all bad news. The weather starts to improve Saturday. It's just not going to be very warm Saturday. Most areas warming to the 40s, but it will look and feel more like spring with some sun, some high pressure, and warmer temperatures come Sunday and Monday.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal.
This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Hey, good morning. Happy Saturday. 9:25 here in the Mountain West. John Baggett, your buddy Bags, on until 10 o'clock, top of the hour. Thanks for tuning in today. Got a text line at 307-278-9598. And hey, up to this point, today, it's all been more or less fun and games. In the 8 o'clock hour, or excuse me, the 6 o'clock hour, I hooked up with my son on a Zoom call and had him on the show. My son is an actor and teaches theater and improv in the Amsterdam, the Netherlands school system. He lives in The Hague. And so I just thought, it'd be fun to hear his perspective on being an American abroad, an American in Europe, an American in Holland. And it was just as much fun as I thought it would be. He described, some of the languages. He does stand-up comedy there in Amsterdam, and he tells great stories of how the difference between like having an audience full of American tourists or expats and people who understand American sarcasm, because my son Alex is loaded with it, and very, very funny. We made him. We were together over the holidays, these past holidays, and we weren't able to, watch his stand-up comedy routine. So we made him do the routine on the drive from Fort Bragg, where my other son is stationed, and down to Savannah, Georgia. We had an exclusive with Alex, but he's doing great over there. That was in the 6 a.m. hour. In the 7 a.m. hour, as I mentioned, we had Jenny Rieker, the hot air balloonist pilot. We talked about that and those adventures. And then the 8 o'clock hour, we had Coach Jeff Mowry, head coach of the Sheridan Bronx high school football team. Incredible I put my info away, but from memory, 10 state championships in the last 8 years, 4 in a row. They have the all-time longest winning streak in Wyoming high school football, and that's any of the classes, Class A, 6-man, all the way up to 4A football here in the state. The longest winning streak is 43 games, as Coach indicated. And from what I understand, based on the research, that 43-game winning streak is like top 3 or 4 in the nation right now. And that's right down the street from where I live. There's a football program that incredibly good. And just congratulations, kudos to the coaching staff, kudos to the whole school. I mean, that the football team is just a result of the overall excellence that's expected at Sheridan High School. We've had a lot of experience because of our neighbors' kids, teenagers, some who've graduated and some who are still there, who have competed in other sports. Sheridan's very competitive in just about all the other sports. But then their music and theater and speech, etc. Programs, they're also extremely competitive, and there's just high expectations throughout the school. So congratulations, Coach Mowry, your coaching staff, and the administration and teachers, everybody at Sheridan High School. My only complaint to Coach about it was that sometimes the music they play, again, we're within earshot when they warm up. Let's just say it's their music, not mine sometimes. So that was last hour. Really enjoyed it. I got to talk some football with somebody who knows it well. Okay, as I mentioned, I was going to shift gears a little bit and get a little bit serious. A news related story. A pro bull rider from Pavilion, Wyoming, died Thursday night when a bull stepped on him during an event in Texas. Friends and family of Dylan Grant say they're shocked and saddened by the news. And if you go to Cowboy State Daily Radio, the newsletter, beautiful picture of Dylan on there. And so the story is about 2,500 people witnessed the fatal incident at the Wharton County Youth Fair's PRCA Extreme Bowls event, according to event announcer Robert Blue Jeans. By the way, the story is from one of our excellent writers here at Cowboy State Daily Radio, Cowboy State Daily. Claire McFarland writes a story, and I'm picking the story up from her article that is currently on today's Cowboy State Daily, the newsletter. I call it a digital newspaper. Anyway, Dylan Grant of Pavilion was the last rider of the night in the professional bull riding event. The bull bucked Grant off, Robert Blue Jeans said, and it looked to him as though Grant's hand got stuck in the rope. And you rodeo enthusiasts like me, I love rodeo, kind of can visualize. The cowboy whipped underneath the bull, and the bull stepped on his neck. Oh, tragic. It's often problematic for paramedics to rush the arena with the bull still raging, but Grant stood and ran to the corner to meet the paramedics himself, and they immediately put him in an ambulance and took him to a hospital where he died. Jeans said they were Johnny on the spot. Sounds like they did everything they could, but man, he did get up. It does remind me of an experience my wife and I had. We were at when Lane Frost, we were at that Cheyenne Frontier Days when Lane Frost was killed, 1989, I believe. And we were up on the, they had a platform over, but, right over and behind the chutes, and they let the media up there. And at that time I was in Denver radio with access. And of course, Lane rode that bull. Slips my mind the bull's name. Shouldn't. time to watch the movie 8 Seconds again. But anyway, we saw him. He rode the bull. When he got off the bull, and the bull came back and then pinned him to the ground with his horns, with the bull with the hooked horns, and it just pinned him to the ground, his back, and apparently his rib went through and his spleen, and he bled to death. But he tried to get up. We were looking right in his face, and you could just see the life go out of him. That was Lane Frost, our experience. Now they have that beautiful statue of him there at Cheyenne Park and our Frontier Park. And you need to check it out. Or if you haven't yet, see the movie 8 Seconds. It will fill in all the gaps of what happened. But anyway, this story of Dylan from Pavilion getting killed, it's going on with the story written by Claire McFarland, one of our columnists here at Cowboy State Daily. We're just upset, said Jeans in a Friday phone interview. Sad and heartbroken for the kid and the family, for everybody that was there. It was just terrible, as you could imagine. And Grant's lifelong friend, Sid Davison, who has been a close friend to his grandmother and to his late grandfather, said she heard the news of his death Friday morning. I'm just sick, said Davison. I can't believe he's gone. Grant grew up in the Jackson area and was a state champion bull rider for Jackson Hole High in 2018. He moved to Pavilion with his parents during high school. Davison said he was an absolute awesome guy. He was so kind and so compassionate, and he was just a family-oriented kid. So rest in peace. Condolences, prayers to Dylan's family. And it's one of the tragic realities of rodeo. Now that same, I mentioned the Lane Frost incident, tragedy. That same rodeo, when they still had the wagon races, chuck wagon races, somebody was killed in that too, the same year. So we were with friends. We brought friends. I was working radio in Denver with a couple that were from Boston. Never been to a rodeo in their life. And we took them to Cheyenne Frontier Days. And 2 cowboys were killed in that rodeo. It was unbelievable because I don't know if I've been at some rodeos where people have been seriously hurt. But killed in the same rodeo. But it did not leave a good impression. I won't mention her name, but she was never ever she didn't like anything about it, and I understand why. But I've always said to people, because I've done some crazy, stupid things, and no offense to you bull riders, but I've never gotten on a bull. In fact, I once got in a fight. I was working the Medicine Bow Ranch Company as a hand with some real cowboys, and one of them wanted me to get on a bull. I was trying to be a bulldogger, a steer wrestler, never succeeded, rarely, if ever, got off the horse, actually got on the steer, but certainly wasn't, and I wasn't built like a bull rider, tall and at that time skinny, but bull riders all look like gymnasts, I think. But anyway, he said, come on, you big baby, use different words. And I said, I'd rather fight you than get on a bull. I don't want anything that's going to come back and come after me, I'm out. So I never did ever get on one. But we certainly did. We hit all the rodeos. We hit the National Western every year. I did my Denver show, when I was on 103.5 The Fox and KOA. I'd bring that show up the last weekend of Cheyenne Frontier Days and broadcast live from the Cheyenne Club. And have some very, very good friends still to this day. from Wheatland and Sheridan, other places that were, some were bull riders, some were steer wrestlers, some were team ropers. And I would have them on my show. A lot of them, when they would come to Frontier Days, we would set up a tent right in front of the grandstand, and I'd talk some of my friends from high school, etc., who were rodeoing at the time into being, on my show with me, have them sit down there. And I got to meet some all-timers, Charlie Sampson, bull rider. I got to meet Walt Garrison. He was on the show. I got to meet, come on, brain dead bags. Just a lot of cowboys. They'd be there to rodeo, and I'd try to get them on the show, and a good excuse to get an autograph. Absolutely. But again, I want to, remain serious about it, because bull riding, there's a different mentality. I always say that you never want to mess with a bull rider in a bar. If you don't know if he's a bull rider, how would you know, right? But why would a bull rider be afraid of you if he's out riding bulls, right? Or a bullfighter. One of the rodeo clowns is not a good description of the bullfighters that are in there saving the cowboys, etc. Those guys are just gutsy and ballsy and unafraid. And I always tell people, you never know who you're going to run into. And what if he happens to be a bull rider? He's not afraid of you, and you're certainly not going to do anything to him that even comes close to what a bull could do. Absolutely not. So I just think they're some of the toughest dudes in the world in anything. I include, UFC and, boxing and wrestling and everything else, only because of the reality of what a bull can do to somebody. So again, condolences. Wyoming pro bull rider dies in a Texas rodeo. His name is Dylan Grant. God bless you, Dylan and family, and rest in peace. Okay, do a break here. We'll get a weather. We'll check around the state a little bit on current conditions as well when we come back here on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Panda, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyolotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
What is the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, and why does Wyoming need it? In 1990, the U.S. Supreme Court tried to give government more power to step into the First Amendment religious rights of Americans. That decision concerned so many people that in 1993, Congress passed legislation called the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, that happened in a nearly unanimous bipartisan vote. This legislation simply returned cases on religious freedom to the long-held standard that the Supreme Court had tried to overturn. Since that legislation only applied to the federal government, it was also determined that each state should pass its own laws protecting religious freedom. Since then, 28 other states have passed these kind of laws, and even more have court opinions providing similar protections. Sadly, Wyoming is not one of them. It's time for Wyoming to defend the First Amendment and pass a Wyoming Religious Freedom Restoration Act.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
And provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Wyoming will have to endure some pretty chilly winter-like temperatures and conditions today as an area of low pressure comes across the Rockies. There's going to be scattered snow showers and temperatures will be a good 20 to 25 degrees below average. We're going to see highs in most areas of the state only in the 30s and low 40s today. Scattered snow will be found in the south and parts of the northeast, mainly during the early part of the day and maybe into afternoon. Then skies will clear out tonight, and boy, be ready for a cold night, even though it's April. We're looking at lows tonight down into the teens and lower 20s. The higher valleys in western Wyoming could see single digits. Now, not all bad news. The weather starts to improve Saturday. It's just not going to be very warm Saturday. Most areas warming to the 40s, but it will look and feel more like spring with some sun, some high pressure, and warmer temperatures come Sunday and Monday.
Thanks, Don Day. Well, that forecast was found out today from Ginny that Don is a hot air balloonist. Yeah, we'll go ahead with the obvious. He's full of hot air. Too easy, though. Too easy. That's great, though. What a great hobby. So, all right, looking around the state right now in Riverton, it's 33 degrees and sunny. Well, it's just sunny all over the state pretty much here, so I won't keep saying it's sunny. It's really sunny. Sunny, sunny. In Gillette, it's sunny and 33. In Casper, 32. Cheyenne, 30. Pinedale, 25. There's the cold spot. And wait a minute. It says that Buffalo, I'm going to have to fact check. Oh, that's funny. Buffalo, New York. It's 52 degrees in Buffalo, New York. Now I am annoyed with our weather. Buffalo, Wyoming is 36 degrees and sunny. Down in Denver, it's mostly cloudy and 30 degrees. There you go. All right. Well, that's not too bad. We got, temperatures coming up in a couple of days in the upper 50s. Holy cow. I'm going to try to make it up into the Bighorns this weekend. They just opened up our primary access road, how we get there, just a few days ago. And we were going to see if we can get up there with our Polaris Ranger side-by-side that does not have tracks on it. But we've had a lot of snow here, like pretty regular and consistent. So in order to keep, Deb from having to, shovel us out of some, stuck drifts up there, I don't know. We'll make that decision tomorrow. We'll go as far as we can before maybe we have to turn around. But I'm looking forward to getting up that hill finally and having some mountain time. We were checking out some news stories. Now, we had a guest scheduled for this hour. Not sure what happened. I'll talk to Ryan at some point, but I want to get him on because he is just funny. His stand-up comedy focuses on Wyoming and us in our little weirdness that we have. And he really does have a great stand-up routine, and he's also very, very active at the YO Theater and the theater Sheridan, very active theater community here in Sheridan. And they put on some incredible shows. If you've never been to the YO Theater on Main Street in downtown Sheridan, Wyoming, it's beautiful. Years ago, they revamped it and upgraded it, and it is just a beautiful, and it's still, even with the upgrades, it's a throwback to another era. And I love it. I love every time we get an opportunity to be there, regardless of the event. But Ryan also does a lot of play acting there as well. But I will get him rescheduled here. But following up, going ahead with some more news, kind of strange, in the world of strange and odd, when 15-year-old Roxton Looking Bill didn't catch any fish Wednesday evening on the Wind River, he started walking back toward his grandmother's house. Then something caught his eye. It was a metal box, and inside were 4 live hand grenades. Jeez. Yeah. It was like a toolbox. This is another article from Cowboy State Daily. If you're not subscribing, you should. This is the best news source in the state. And this is Claire did another article here. I read an article of hers earlier, Claire McFarland on Cowboy State Daily. And she describes it was a toolbox, but surprisingly heavy. It bore signs of water, wear, and rust. But Looking Bill told Cowboy State Daily in a Thursday phone interview that he hadn't seen it there on his way to the river, though he'd taken the same route. Have to do some investigating here. It seemed as though the box, which he thought was a socket set or other tools, had just fallen from someone's truck. He didn't think they were real. But when he got back to his grandma's house on East Monroe, Looking Bill kept the grenades in the yard outside and texted his mother just in case. Good idea. He didn't think they were real. And so he messaged, this is his mom speaking now, he messaged me and told me he found something that couldn't be in the house, recalled Looking Bill's mother, Ashley Harding, in her own Thursday interview. I thought he found like an animal because, it's spring. Maybe her son had brought home a bird, a cat or a snake, Harding reasoned, or a gun, she said with a sardonic laugh, and adding, awesome, put it down, don't touch it. And but when Harding saw the box, she recognized them something as something potentially dangerous. Those are bombs. Those are bombs, she said. Adding without irony that she was completely blown away, pardon the pun, at the sight of them. 4 grenades, which Riverton police report were live for any, she inspected them for any sign or symbol that they were toys, and then Looking Bill ran a Google Images search on them, which didn't turn up any resemblance to toys. The Google search actually suggested the devices were World War II era hand grenades. I'd recognize that. And that's what she told Cowboy State Daily's, our Claire McFarland. The Google search, the family left the grenades on the opposite side of the fence from their dogs and called law enforcement. Harding was worried that the devices would be toys and that she would have caused a fuss for nothing, but that's not what happened. They sent out the bomb squad. And the Riverton Police Department responded and reached out to the local emergency management coordinator, who reached out to the Wyoming National Guard. The Guard determined it was a U.S. Department of Homeland Security issue, and the Natrona County Bomb Squad responded. It took a while for the bomb squad to arrive from Casper. Remember? Yeah. And the bombs were reported around 7 p.m., and the squad arrived between 9 and 10 p.m. In the meantime, it seemed like everyone from police officers to firefighters converged on the area, she said. Some neighbors peeked out at the response. And Harding said the family had to reassure the neighbors that the response wasn't in regard to Looking Bill's grandmother's health. We let the neighbors know Grandma was fine, but her grandson had just brought home 4 hand grenades. Yeah, that's the news of the neighborhood is somebody's grandson found 4 grenades, and I thought that was quite interesting. As I mentioned before to folks, when I first went on the air here on Saturdays, I say on the air as an old radio dinosaur, that my background in radio is it started here in Sheridan, Wyoming. In 1980, it was December 6th, 1980 was my first time on the air. And then 42 years later, just continued on. And then I took a little hiatus here recently for about a year and a half. And now I'm back with Cowboy State Daily Radio, Saturday morning, 6A to 10A. But I remember my radio show, Humble Beginnings, here in Sheridan. At the time, Sheridan Media was known as Lovecom Incorporated. And Kim Love was the owner, operator. And he gave me an opportunity. I was taking communications classes at Sheridan College at the time. I don't think they have that department anymore. And they put me on the air at night, and I was on the air on December 6th, December 8th is when John Lennon was shot and killed. And so in the old days, they had that ding, 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 ding noise of an AP and UPI wire machine. It went off, went in there and tore it off. You got to watch some old movies to know what I'm talking about with an AP or a UPI wire machine. And first line across said John Lennon had been shot, and then they kept sending updates, and eventually it was John Lennon had been shot and killed outside his home, outside his apartment in New York City. And so I was announcing that. And at the time, I had just discovered the Beatles. Now I know the Beatles were around a long time, but I was listening to other music, and Beatles was in 1981 was more or less old for the old fogies. But I had discovered them because I was into like Led Zeppelin and some of the other harder rock bands of the era. And they all, every time they were interviewed, they would say that they owe it all, or part of it anyway, to the Beatles. So it made me start researching the Beatles at the tender age of like 20, 21 years old. I was at the time. And realize who they were and what they meant to music. And so that's where I was in the middle of that era of my life, discovering the Beatles, and had this fantasy of the Beatles reuniting and going on tour. And I remember just being, me and probably many others, being so disappointed to realize that that was never going to happen now. But that experience, what happened was, so that was December 8th, 1980, and I can't remember which night it was, but I went on the air while that was happening. Of course, I was playing Beatles songs. It was a rock and roll station. And I said, hey, why don't we have I was seeing and hearing stories about candlelight vigils in Central Park, which then, remember, became Strawberry Fields. Anyway, I was seeing here, so I said, you know what, why don't we do that here in Sheridan? I didn't know, how many Beatles fans or John Lennon fans there were here, but I went on the air and said, hey, let's get together Saturday evening and we'll have a candlelight vigil. So I go to the park. It's Kendrick Park here in Sheridan, our city park, and upwards of 200 people or more, as I recall, showed up. And we ended up behind a pickup truck. The owner of the truck put speakers, big old speakers outside his truck, and we played John Lennon and Beatles songs over and over. And the procession of people holding candles followed behind it, singing along with these Beatles songs. And that is just such a monumental moment in my life, and especially my radio career, because it was at that point that I realized tangibly what it looked like and who was listening. People were listening. And that kind of hit me, that reality that I had a responsibility. And I think I started taking that job and in that field in broadcast radio more seriously after that experience. So yeah, all the way back December 6th, I've been doing this. I left Sheridan in '84, ended up at KOWB in Laramie, KOWB, and then they had the FM was Q103, I don't remember. And that's when I first got involved with the Kirk Gowdy Sports Radio Network, was doing production with those guys in Laramie. And then I was offered a position at KFBC and Q98, which was the sister station in Cheyenne, but still worked somewhat with more of a side hustle, but with the Kirk Gowdy Sports Radio Network, still doing production. But it was that point where our fearless leader, Jimmy Orr, and I were introduced to each other. We were both doing radio. We did all the goofy radio shock jock shtick that radio did in the 80s and 90s. We did that together for a couple of years before I went on to Denver radio, and Jimmy went on to Legitimacy. And so one of these days I'm going to get Jimmy on, and we're going to talk about that era of our lives. And it's going to be pretty funny because we really did have a great time. And I'll never forget it. So, all right, well, that's going to wrap up my Saturday show every Saturday, 6A to 10A. John Baggett, a.k.a. your buddy Bags. Tune in, share the link, would you? Tell people that we're doing this 6 days a week, 6A to 10A. Weekdays, it's Jake Nichols, and then Saturdays, 6A to 10A with your buddy Bags. And I appreciate you tuning in. It's been a lot of fun. Great show, great lineup. Thanks to everybody who participated. You have a great weekend, and thanks for listening to Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.